Roll call, please.
Randy Henry,
Here.
Lisa Vandergraaf,
Here.
Alan Wright,
Here.
Ulysses Burr,
Here.
Meredith Mills. Here. And Stephen Hollybush.
Here.
Just a few housekeeping notes. If you have your phone, please silence it or turn it off, please, at this time. All right, the minutes are attached, or is there a motion?
I make a motion we approve the minutes from July.
I second it.
All right, it's been motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All approved, say no. All right, motion carried. Next, we have on the agenda is the funding request. Before we get started, I want to thank everyone for coming out and giving us your time. But we do ask that each presentation to be courteous of no more than 5 minutes. All right, we're going to go down the list here, starting the first. First participant we have is Four States Fair. Do we have a representative?
Hello, I'm Lisa Garner. This is Kristen Larry, and we're with the Four States Fair. We come before you today to speak about our fair. Our proposal was for $55,000 to be used in advertising our 10-day fair and rodeo. $50,000 would be used specifically for the fair. The other $5,000 will be utilized for our year-round advertising. Next slide, please. One of the questions in our application is whether our advertising funding budget would be affected if we did not receive funding. Of course, we have to budget for that regardless because of the event. So if we do receive the funding, what we're able to do is reallocate the funds that we have budgeted to bring in entertainers and different things that take place during our fair. Last year, we did a TikTok concert with Brittany Kellogg on our outdoor stage, and then we also brought in a traveling mobile children's barnyard event that was called Agri Puppets that kind of tied in with our Ag Learning Center that Kristen runs that gives you farm-to-table information. So they performed out on our fairgrounds, and then we also were able to use the other funding to complete other projects on our grounds, which included our Oasis project and beautification projects that we had on our grounds, as you can see on the front of our building there. For the past year, we have had 77 events in our building with 152 event days. So that takes place throughout the year. For 2025, we already have 51 events booked with 163 event dates scheduled. We added 2 ticketed events to our 2024 calendar, and we've also added for 2025 a 7-day barrel race finals that's been held in Fort Smith, Arkansas. So for that 7 days, we have about 1,500 participants that will be in Texarkana staying throughout the entire week. So we are just working to bring in more events like that. 2024, we documented 157 hotel rooms. In 2023, we had 193 rooms documented. So that just gives you an idea of some of our events. Not all of our events book with us, but that's the ones that we were able to document through that. So as I said, if we're awarded the funding, it allows us to designate our existing funds to continue making improvements on our facilities and grounds, which enables us to bring in more events to Texarkana. Thank you for letting us present. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Last year, the fair took place during celebration.
Yes.
How did that affect attendance?
It did not help or hinder. We still stayed about the same. We only had about 700 people on the grounds the day of the eclipse, but it also rained at about 6 p.m., so it shut us down that day.
Are there any more questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the list, we have Texarkana Regional Airport Authority.
I should have a PowerPoint. If you need me to, I'll make do. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Merrick with Texarkana Regional Airport. We are requesting $100,000 to use for general advertising campaigns that would happen for the spring, summer, and then fall of next year. We use these funds to advertise beyond the borders of Texarkana and try to bring people to our area. We have what's called a catchment area, which is approximately 60 miles around us, where we can try to pull people to the airport. We capture about 12% of that market. Most of our market drives directly to Dallas. Last year, with the assistance of the funds, we actually had a record year for employments. It was up approximately 18%, and it was the highest that we had had in 25 years. This year, our numbers have been a little bit lower because last year we had 3 flights a day. Right now we have 2 flights a day. Oftentimes, if you ever watch us on social media, you'll see people are constantly trying to ask us to bring back flights to Houston, a flight to Charlotte, or more flights a day. What the airline wants to see is that we have more passengers filling the seats that we have. And so to do that, being able to compete with Shreveport, I'm sure that you've seen digital billboards for them. They do compete against us. They do about 10 times the number of operations we do. And so it is very challenging to be able to grab that market. So these dollars make it so that individuals, instead of going down to Shreveport or out to Dallas and spending those dollars, they stay in our community. And we do impact surrounding communities out to Mount Pleasant, all the way out to El Dorado and Magnolia. And so the dollars that you provide us allow us to try to bring more flights in our own community.
Part of the question, so what's the strategy to fill those seats?
So what we are using is digital marketing through social media, and then we're using what's also called over-the-top advertising. Basically, if you use streaming services such as Hulu or Amazon, when it plays an advertisement, it will play an advertisement for us. We find those are very successful because they're only playing when people are watching, and people tend to watch it all the way through because they're not planning to switch shows. So doing that, we have seen a pretty good impact for the region. We've seen, I think they said, about 100,000 engagements on those. And so from last year, we had seen a lot of that turn around and become additional people flying through the airport.
All right, thanks. Were there any more questions?
With this funding, are you planning on doing more like over-the-top type advertising? Is it going to increase?
Yes, what we do is essentially we create a donut around us because we do not use any of the funds in the city limits, and it is to kind of meet those outer reaches. If we're able to, the more funds we have means the more households that we're able to get the advertising into. We would also be using it. It now would allow us to do a third advertising campaign. Last year, we focused for summer travel, and then we always do one for the holidays. That's going to be rolling out for us in the next few weeks that runs then through Thanksgiving and Christmas. This would then allow us to also do one for spring break, which we currently have not been advertising during.
And is there currently a threshold that we need to cross over in order to say, okay, this airline is interested in coming Do we have X amount of number of flights going out? Is there that number there, or is this just an open negotiation?
So they want us to have an average of 85%, what they call load factor. That's the percentage of the airplane is full. We currently are averaging 77%, and we intend to try to grow that through next year. We also want to negotiate them down to getting that closer to 80%. But as those airplanes fill, what we want to do is, instead of trying to get a third flight to Dallas, open up to trying to get a flight to Charlotte instead.
On the remaining from last year, because last year you were awarded 140, and then it says as of the date of this letter, you have 107,000 left. Is all of that 107,000 going toward holiday travel, or when was this? Because there's not a date on the letter.
Yeah, so the advertising company was a little confused. We had told them that it was a 1 year because of the calendar, but we really started advertising for the terminal building in June. And they thought that they could spend those money all the way till next June. We've informed that's not correct. So we will spend through December, and if there are any additional funds, then we will return those.
Is that a good return on investment to spend that much money in that short of a time period?
That's why we will spend for the holiday campaign, but we're not going to just throw money, because there is a return on investment, where
That's what I was-
there's a certain amount where at some point you're just spending.
Right.
And so we don't want to overspend, and so we will probably be returning some of those funds.
So just make sure I have them clear on this. So when you were awarded the money last year, your advertisers weren't aware that you could use the money, or?
The advertisers did not understand that they had to use it in the calendar year. They thought that they would be able to spend it for 12 months. And so when we started our advertising in June for the new terminal that was going to open in July, they thought that they were going to advertise all the way until next June. And we've told them that they can't do that anything from this year had to be closed out.
So how much of that do you anticipate will actually be spent between now and the end of the year?
I'd have to go back to give you the exact number. I would expect that there would be at least $30,000 that would be unspent.
That would be unspent?
Yes. I can get you that number, though.
The biggest thing I want to make sure is that we're not, because the advertiser is probably incentivized to spend that money.
Right.
Because they're probably commission-based. And I want to make sure that we're not, because I would rather reallocate some of that next year
Yes,
rather than try to spend as much as we can before December.
not a problem.
And that would be my biggest concern with having that much left for 2 months of the year,
Yes, sir.
essentially.
All right. Thank you very
Any
much.
more questions? Thanks, Paul. Next, we have track.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Megan Griffin, and this is Sarah Vaughn. We are with Texarkana Regional Arts and Humanities Council, also known as TRAC for short. I am the education director, and she is our education and marketing coordinator. We are asking for $15,000 for arts education and experiences in Arkansas. Our mission at TRAC is growing people and community through the arts, and we hope to foster a love of creativity and art in generations to come. We plan to share our love of the arts through programs at Texarkana Arkansas School District, the Texarkana Arkansas Recreation Center, We Are Washington Community Development Center, and the Salvation Army Boys and Girls Club, all located in Texarkana, Arkansas. For instance, some of the things that we do this week, we are at Arkansas Middle School, and we have Drika, who is a published poet, and she is working with the 7th and 8th graders there on poetry, and they have a poetry slam on Friday morning. So that's just one of the things that we do. We go in with different arts mediums and artists and work with the kids. Some sample art classes we would provide taught by local and our regional artists. include sculpture, painting, drawing, theater, creative writing, music, and photography. We also facilitate painting panels for the art wall that is installed in the Arts Park. That is adjacent to our Regional Arts Building back there. If you haven't looked at it, definitely go out there. We have our Breast Cancer Awareness Month Tough Cookie murals up right now. We are so grateful to A&P for funding our requests in previous years in order for us to bring these experiences to Arkansas students, and we look forward to expanding the program with the addition of the Boys and Girls Club this year. Thank you for your time and considering us. Any questions?
Are there any questions?
So
I think
this,
I kind of have the same question that Stephen had. It's saying that you're not going to use what was granted till March of 2025. Is that what it's saying?
No.
It will be expended in support of programs for the public by the end of March 2025? That's for any unspent promotions for this year?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't able to spend it all this year? That
Ye-
was granted
yes.
last year?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Are there any more questions?
so you do understand that anything that's not spent in this calendar year, you have to come back and ask for a reallocation for 2025?
Right.
Okay. On the projected attendance, you've got 4,500 or 4,550 children and adults. How do you come to that number?
We keep documentation on all of our students that come through our programs, whether it's at this school or one of the community centers. We have to document all of that, down to even just the adults that are helping and assisting, so. And I'm always happy to share those numbers. We do have those, all that data for you guys.
And I've got a question regarding my opinion on this application's funding, if I may.
Yes.
You provided for $500 for staff time and travel, I think and for the four, We Are Washington Community Center, TASD, and the Salvation Army. Is that right? Staff time?
So we actually ended up taking that out after you guys came back and
Okay.
asked, so that may not be the updated one, so,
I'm looking at the old one. I just wanted to
yes,
make
we
sure.
did take that out because you did mention that
Perfect.
previously. So that is taken out, and so it's updated now. Do you guys have that updated in yours?
I don't see that, so I think it's updated.
It's not in this version.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we have is that's taken out in the class expenses for each one. That includes the supplies, $2,750 for that, and then advertising and promotion would be $1,000, and that's the same for each one. And I'm happy to reshare that, but I thought we got that over to you
We do
guys.
have that part showing the advertising promotion for those other entities that
Okay.
you show there. Washington, Texarkana Community Center, TASD.
Yes, sir.
And Salvation Army.
Okay.
We see those numbers there.
Okay.
So what is, when you say $1,000 for advertising and promotion, how do you advertise?
So we use print, social media. We also, we do radio, basically all the outlets around Texarkana for advertising and promotion.
Well, who do you is it for track or is it for the program?
For the programs.
So what benefit is it to advertise, like, I couldn't go to Washington, or I couldn't go to the school and take this class. I'd go to Washington probably.
Well, just so that people in the community know that what we're doing, to be involved.
So it's more of awareness.
But there's no outside tourists coming in, any kind of outside of this area
No.
coming in? Okay.
So for the classes that you're providing, those classes, are they, as far as the curriculum, is that something you're working in collaboration with TASD, or you kind of come up with your own, or
So,
how's that?
so for this, These would be after-school programs. So this would be students coming to anything that would be after school time. So it wouldn't necessarily be with the school curriculum per se.
Okay, just some additional,
It would be additional, more like enrichment,
yes, okay, thank you.
for like one of their clubs or one of their teams.
All right, are there any more questions?
Do you get any other grant funding or assistance from outside organizations or these organizations for this program?
Not from these organizations per se, but we do, write grants and ask for grant funding for our various projects.
But, I mean, does that go toward this project?
Oh, no.
So we're funding this?
No, this all goes just to these. There's no other funding that we're putting towards these programs.
That's all I have.
Anybody else?
Are there any more questions?
No.
All right, well, I
Thank you so
appreciate it.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have on the list Scholars of Texarkana.
I think they, okay, yeah, the scholars, they moved to the, never mind. Scholars, okay.
I'll introduce myself. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rhonda Dolberry, and I am one of the co-founders and the vice president of the Scholars. We are here this afternoon asking for $25,000 for our citywide Juneteenth Keeping History Alive celebration. And this is the 5th year that we're asking for the funding, but this is also our 10th year anniversary for this production. Chiquita Burks is the president and the co-founder, and she went to the restroom. She'll be right back. And so we are pleased and proud to be here this afternoon. We have a tape of last year's event, so would you like to see the tape first before we say or do anything else?
Hi, my name is Harmony Williams. I'm your 2023-2024 Scholars President. Since 2015, what began as a Keeping History Alive production has now turned to a month-long celebration of African American history and culture. I am here to personally invite you to celebrate with us all month long.
Brief question, through your advertising last year, about how many people attended that event?
Over 5,000,
5,000 people?
over at least 5,000, yes.
Is that for the whole month, for all the events?
That was, we had 4 weeks of, each week we had an event. The first one was the Gospel Explosion, which we had Leandria Johnson, who is a well-known gospel artist who came in. We also had the second event, we did the festival, which was downtown,
Yeah.
here in Texarkana. We also had the Keeping History Alive, which you saw the footage at Texarkana College. And
Okay.
then we also did the Terry Rogers basketball tournament, which was at We Are Washington.
Okay.
And so the 5,000, more than 5,000 was the downtown
Okay.
festival.
Gotcha.
So the other ones included, so we're talking well over, like I said, 5,000 people that came.
Okay.
See it. I noticed a lot of the youth that you had in your film there was doing a lot of entrepreneurship.
Yes,
Is that something that goes on all year?
yes. We teach, well, this is Chiquita Burks, and she's the president, but our organization is mentorship. It also includes entrepreneurship. And so what we do is that with our weekly workshops, teaching them, we have classes, we have different agencies and entities who come in who are instructing them on how to be entrepreneurs. So that means financing, financial literacy, that means branding, advertising, choosing your target audience, who you want to reach, how you want to reach them. And so these things are taught all through the year. The biggest thing where they get to showcase their entrepreneurship is doing this Juneteenth celebration. So, and doing our Keeping History Alive production at Texarkana College.
On your budget, it's just over 47,000, and your request is for 25,000. So we're funding over half of this event. You have sponsors to cover the rest? Is
Yes,
that where that comes from?
yes.
And so I know last year, I've got my notebook from last year, the ask was for 20,000, this year it's 25. How many years have y'all been doing this event, and what was the ask for previous years?
Okay.
Or was there an ask?
Yes, this will make our 10th year for this event. And so the last time, I believe we asked for 20,000. And then the year before that, it was 12,000. But each year we're adding on to the event. So we plan on doing a lot of advertising, a lot of signs, and so.
Yeah. What would you say the economic impact to the community is? As far as, I know
As far as
people are
number?
down here, but are those primarily people from the community? Are we booking hotel rooms? Are we
Yes,
We
people are
packing out
from,
restaurants?
people are coming from everywhere because it's family reunion time. A lot of people are having get-togethers during that month. So we know that people are coming from all over California, the surrounding areas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Oklahoma. So we have talked to people from all of those places.
Y'all have any way to track that?
No, we
Imagine that would
don't.
be difficult.
But we will try to.
We'll try to do that.
Yeah.
But, a lot of this is just like word of mouth. We've had, like I said, the hotels, so we've had people being booked into the hotels, but we'll certainly
Now,
try
we know,
to,
we do use the hotels for our artists.
Yes,
So,
yes.
yeah.
yes.
Are there any more questions?
No, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Ultimate Challenge Productions. Ms. Paul. What's that?
Good afternoon, y'all. My name's Jason Tollett. I'm the owner of Ultimate Challenge Productions. And for the past several years, we have brought in, I would say, probably one of the bigger events that comes to Texarkana along with the fairgrounds. And you'll play that. So we've had to use that video. We've got another video, but it doesn't have the audio to it. Our date this year will be February the 15th, and we're asking for $35,000 to help with our advertising and the event. We've got a couple of music artists coming in again this year. We've got Cody Cook, which he played at Sturgis. He's been a part of the Tough Hedeman Bull Riding Tour. And then we got Justin Wright, which is both of these guys have played on the CMA Music Fest several times. Justin was there this past year, and I think they gave him some kind of award for Entertainer of the CMA Fest. So he will be here in Texarkana as well. And then we will do that, and then have the bull riding in the same, like we did last year. And I want to say that last year was probably the biggest event we've had. We did you asked me the other day when we was in here about if we could track it. So I got with the fairgrounds, they sent me an email, and then I got with the radio station, and they did a geo-fencing, and the phones pinged in that deal was over 3,000 phones. So that was a good turnout for us.
Well, that's good information to know, because all our local business owners, they're very interested in that, because, these are the funds that we're taking up from
Yes,
them, or what have you. And as far as your ticket sales, do you do advanced ticket sales, pre-ticket sales, or anything like that?
I do not have that number in front of me. We sold pre-sale tickets, but all of our box seats were sold out in the first couple of weeks.
All right.
And then it just kind of trickled on from there.
I don't see a budget for where this $35,000 will go towards. Am I missing it? Do y'all see the budget?
Yes, ma'am. Should be in there. So we will, the money will be used to,
Look at the receivables.
What they're going to spend it on?
Well, that totals $68,000, so I was wondering where the 35 would go to, just
It go towards the 68,000 in
because there's
expenses?
yes, so this was based off last year's what we did, and then so we used, we
Oh,
spent,
gotcha.
we only got 15,000 last year. So we will use that money like we did last year. We'll spend about 10,000 in radio, and then we'll have another couple thousand in social media that we'll do, and then we have our rooms that we'll if we can use that on there. I don't know if we can or not, but so with that being said, we will.
How many attendees did you have? Because I'm seeing where on here, it's showing the same numbers from 24.
I think that might have been a misprint.
As it does 23, so is that a true numbers, or is,
We had a bigger crowd than we've had there in the last
how
several
many
years.
tickets did you sell?
Well, with over 3,000 phones being pinged, I'd say there's over 3,000.
Well, doesn't mean how many tickets you
No,
sold.
it
though.
doesn't.
Do you have any idea of how many out-of-town people stayed on the Arkansas hotels, or 8?
Yes, I do. So at the hotel, at the Hampton Inn, Friday night, we had, I know, 40 or 50 people in there, and then Saturday night, our people sold it out.
Okay, but that's for you. That's not for people coming to the event.
Well, no, we put that hotel on there as a host hotel, and
Okay.
so they book that, and if there's not any rooms, then they go to other hotels.
Okay, do you have?
I do not
something-
know because I've only dealt with the Hampton Inn.
Okay, they can pull the pickup report for you.
I can
Okay.
get that for you if you need it.
And sir, I noticed that you have a variety of outlets that you're using for your video production, advertisement, radio, social media, newspaper, billboards, posters. Are there any more different outlets that you're using for your advertising and promotion?
So we did some small market radio stations like Magnolia, D Queen, New Boston. I think there was one in Idabel, Oklahoma that we used as well. Town Square Media took care of all that for us.
All right.
I do know that they did that because I dealt with Jay Bunyard on some part of it.
Good deal. Are there any more questions?
I have some questions.
Yes, sir.
So the total, I guess this is from the event in February.
Yes, sir.
So the total paid out was just over 68,000.
Yes, sir.
And then you had additional sponsorship for almost 48,000.
Well, we got that, but if you look, so we got 15,000 from y'all last year, and then we gathered close to 48,000. Well,
Yeah, with
that
the total
15,000 was in that 48, I think.
Yeah, I understand
Yeah,
that.
so there was a good chunk that come out of the,
So this is obviously a for-profit deal for you. So how much money was made off of this event for you?
probably 9,000.
8 or 9,000?
Yes, sir.
Is that after payroll?
That's after payroll and everything.
Is that after awards and everything?
Everything that you see there, and
Okay.
then, trying to show sheet here. Yeah, so we collected $47,850 in sponsorship money, and it cost us $68,000, so naturally, some of that's got to come out of our gate money, and that's what happened.
Okay.
So you don't have a number for gross revenue?
Not right here, I do not. I apologize about that. I can get you a number if you need it.
I mean, I'd just be curious to know how much was made off this event since we're,
Sure.
paying for all the advertising. There's a lot of events that go on at the fairgrounds, and of all the organizations, you're the only one that we give money to outside of giving it to the fairgrounds for advertising.
Sure.
So I would like to know what
Well, I can probably,
what additional benefit do we get from that
it
investment?
probably brings in $300,000 to $400,000 to this community with all the people that comes into it. So,
Brings in that much money where?
to your local businesses here. I mean, we
How
got,
is that? How is that?
Well,
How
you
is
got
that
people that
for a
spend-
one-day event?
well, they're here for 2 or 3 days. I mean, they come in, the stock contractors and them contestants come in,
No, I'm just talking about tourism. I'm
okay?
just talking about tourism, I mean, Arkansas Quarter Horse is what, 3 or 4 days? Brahma is quite a few days.
We can
TJ
consider this a
Racing.
2-day event. I mean, my people
Yeah.
start coming in on Friday. But I do have some stock
But that's
contractors.
your expense, right?
Ma'am?
That has nothing to do with tourism.
No, that's all, I mean, that's all me.
Okay.
Any more?
Are there any more questions?
We appreciate y'all and look forward to working with y'all again. Thank you.
Likewise. All right, thank you. Next, we have is Main Street, Texarkana.
Good afternoon. I'm Ina McDowell, Director of Main Street, Texarkana. You have my proposal in front of you. Basically, we're asking for you to continue your support, which we appreciate tremendously, from last year in the same amount. And I can go over some of the things that are before you that are my budget, which is basically about the same as in previous years of things that we do for promotion of the downtown area, the city guide that we produce every year, Oktoberfest on the line, which actually this year we moved that into a different location. We just had that a week ago, and advertising associated with that. Now working on the Christmas parade, which is a huge event for our downtown area, so you see that listed there. And I will mention that this year, associated with the Christmas parade, which will be on December the 2nd, we have 2 additional events that are occurring in the downtown area, which we're really excited about. As you all know, our mission is the development of the downtown area through preservation, historic preservation. And so this year, we have additional events, one called the Christmas Stroll, that will be among our downtown businesses. And then in addition to that, there is an event that's called Downtown, Christmas in Downtown. And there's essentially an event every single weekend in December. We have upped our deadline for our parade entries, and because there's so much going on in the month of December. Also, we do Downtown Live, which was an event that we started a few years ago, and it has continued to evolve and has been very successful the second Friday of each month with bringing our local artists into the downtown area. The local businesses stay open late for that event each month, which we do a substantial promotion of that, including television each month, paid television. So there you see a breakdown with my budget for those things. I'd also like to mention just a few other things that are not included in the budget, but hopefully that you see that Main Street Texarkana has done for the downtown area. And I want to mention that I'm a firm believer in what our downtown success does for the entire community. And hopefully you all have seen some real progress in the downtown area with new businesses and increase in number of people that are down here. Just yesterday, we listened to a presentation of a way that we can actually track people into our downtown area. And this is a program that if we could fund, but in the last year, there were over 1 million people that came through our downtown. And that is really exciting. At some of our events, it's 2,000 to 5,000 people. So it confirms what we've been saying over the years of how people are definitely coming into our downtown area. Just as capital improvements, though, that I'd like to mention is we were the driver behind the new lights that are downtown on Broad Street, working with donors to have that done, and I feel like that's been a wonderful contribution into the downtown entertainment district. We do the planters that you see in the downtown area. We also are a supporter and also contributor for a lot of the public art that you see in downtown, these things that keep people downtown, spending money downtown. Let's see. So those were just a few other things that I wanted to mention. Also, incentives that we do for development in the downtown area includes grants, loans. We do free renderings if someone's interested in opening a business. We provide that. We have state architects that come in and provide that. Actually, right now, we're working with Bi-State for some exterior improvements to their building, which we do all free of charge. So I'm sure most everybody would love to see Bi-State, since a lot of people think it needs to go away. But it is an important part of our downtown. So we are, in addition, though, asking for assistance in matching funds with these grants and loans that we do. Each year, we put back in $30,000 just in grant monies that we require that to be matched at least. So at minimum, people are, investing $10,000 and upwards to be able to receive those grant funds. So do you have any questions? I'm out of time.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
So on this request, it's just Dine on the Line. Are you dropping the Oktoberfest from
No.
this year?
We have done Dine on the Line, and this past year was the first time that we didn't actually have it on State Line. It's been Oktoberfest on the line for the past several years.
I knew it had, but in last year's proposal was Oktoberfest / Dine on the Line, so I didn't know if y'all were.
It's kind of that generic, but this was the very first year, like I said last week, that we did not have the Dine on the Line, or Oktoberfest on the line.
So, and I do have a question about that. So last year, the request was for 10,000 for Oktoberfest Dine on the Line. And this year, it was 100% in Texas, in front of the Perot.
Yes, I knew you were going to bring that up.
So did,
But that, we are trying to change things around, freshen it up, but quite honestly, we hope for better attendance. And so that's why we tried it in a different location. Our promotion is not limited to one side or the other. Our promotion, as you know, goes way beyond Texarkana, Arkansas, Texarkana, Texas. So I don't think that negatively impacted. The event brings people downtown on both sides and supports the downtown restaurants. This program that I was talking about, we looked at just yesterday. It actually tracks where people go. So they would come from Zapata's and come to Oktoberfest, or it'd show they were at Verona's and then coming down to Oktoberfest. It's really unique, and I hope maybe we can raise the money to afford it so we can track our events all the time. But I don't think that really impacted. Our goal is clearly to support downtown businesses in downtown Texarkana.
okay, like, say if, Hopkins and Verona came to me and said, hey, part of the tax revenue we collected went to pay for this event, and they would see that as totally benefiting the restaurants on the Texas side.
And that's
How would
not
you-
true.
How would you explain that to them?
And honestly, as we can probably all agree too, most of the restaurants are on the Arkansas side. And we know a lot of people that were walking from those Arkansas restaurants to Oktoberfest. It didn't actually start until 11 o'clock, and it was just in the afternoon. And we had a great turnout. We really did. And I know of numerous people that were shopping at Hearts on Broad and Joseph Raymond and going to the art galleries and Moonstone and Moss and just all those great places that are within walking distance and certainly in eye shot. So I think it was positive for everybody in the downtown area, no matter if you were 1 block away.
I just love that picture of the post office, Arkansas, Texas, when you had it before.
Yes,
You know,
with the
that-
table down
that-
state line.
Like Dine on the Line, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Dining on the line, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's.
I love it
my
too.
point, so.
It is, but I will just openly say that last year, the attendance was just not what we wanted for a fabulous event. It was perfect in every way, honestly. But we just didn't get the attendance. Now, I will say, there was another event that popped up a block away that was free. And we do know that probably impacted, and then that almost happened again this year, but we were able to get them to do it on a different weekend. So we know that impacted us last year, unfortunately.
All right.
But those people are on board this year.
Yeah. Now, the Main Street Economic Development Program, what are you going to do with that?
The additional, that is through loans and grants that we use as incentives to get people either to open a new business, to fix up a building, if they have building repairs. It is truly as incentive for economic development in our downtown. And again, we give out at minimum $30,000 a year just on the Arkansas side. It is limited only to Arkansas.
Okay.
For this next year, for the funding, would you be willing to move the event into Arkansas or at least have it on the state line?
We haven't, yes, absolutely. I mean, truly, we just came off that event this year. It was the first time. We haven't even got everything in to have our after-party to see how we did. But I think, like you're saying, I love the look of Dine on the Line. I think it's a great event. But we also saw some great success with Oktoberfest. The 4 states fermenters are a big part. There are a lot of those people that are Arkansas that participate. I mean, in reality, we're all kind of both. I mean, I am.
Well, we do appreciate your cooperation, and because we are one community, and it really helps when you're cognitive of the codes and the statutes of how we're collecting these monies from Arkansas businesses.
I appreciate y'all's support.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Texarkana Parks and Recreation.
Good afternoon. My name's Adam Darby with the Parks and Rec Department. For the first one, I'm asking for $310,000. This is mostly general maintenance stuff. I'll go ahead and show you some slides of what your funds have paid for in the past. All right, so Irma Dansby Pond Extra Sports Complex, we've had upgraded field lighting, infield conditioner, a new concession stand. As you can see, the red color, that's the infield conditioner. That runs about $10,000 a year. Of course, the chalk and the paint, the TYSA Softball Association, they host a league out there and multiple tournaments throughout the year. The pictures on the bottom left, that's from their first responder appreciation tournament where they were able to give back, I believe it was $7,000 to fire and police. Few numbers, 380 league players this year. That's up from 320 from last year and 280 from the year before that. They host multiple tournaments annually. It's an average of about 20 teams per tournament, 1,200 spectators, which comes out to be about 12,000 spectators a year just for the tournaments. As far as league goes, you're looking at 1,100 people a week for games, so 15,000 people a year for practices as well. We're working with multiple tournament directors to bring in out-of-town teams. That's FASA, U-Trip, NCS, the different tournament organizations. In the past, we've been able to bring in anywhere from 50 to 90 teams for showcases. We're trying to do that again and work with Texas side to have enough field space. You fund the work release program. It goes anywhere from field maintenance to mowing and weed eating, trash pickup. That's a big one. Any event, like most everybody else that's asking for funds from A&P, Main Street, Scholars, anybody's got an event downtown, we're the ones coming behind and picking up after that. General maintenance on playground equipment. There's another picture of trash after one of the big events. We maintain Front Street Festival Plaza. Lakeside Pavilion, it gets rented out almost every week, 2 to 3 rentals a week for birthdays, weddings, family reunions. There's a good picture of the lake. Also, several fishing derbies are hosted there. I think we've had 3 scheduled there this year. Arkansas Game and Fish sponsors 2 of them, and Director Harris has another one that he does in December. Gazebo at Bobby Ferguson, several weddings for that, a couple of different events there at the park. Actually, my Cub Scout group, we had basically a fun day out there first part of September and had over 100 people there for that event. And that's mostly Texas side people coming over. We maintain Ed Worrell Park outside the fence. We set up booths at different places, different events. That one is at Cross Ties for the Halloween Fall Festival last year. A couple of other things I'm asking for this year is a playground at Senator Park for $67,000.
Adam, I think we asked this last year, and I can't remember your answer. Is there not anybody in Arkansas that builds these playground structures?
Not that I know of in Arkansas that build them. I try to work with mostly Arkansas companies who install them. So landscape structure, ACS Playgrounds, they're out of Benton or Fayetteville. Burke Playground, Cunningham Recreation, they're all Arkansas-based. Another upgrade that I'm looking at is the Bramble Park basketball courts. I've been talking to Darlene Taylor, and this is kind of an example of what we'd like to do to kind of freshen that up. So,
Do we have lighting at that park?
there's lighting on the 2 courts down below that. It's not working right now. I'm working on getting that done by the end of the year.
Adam, the lighting that you replaced last year, have you seen a cost savings in those lights?
Yes, we have. Laura's chip, 5,000. We've saved $5,000 just in 1 year. Any other questions on that?
On the, I know last year we approved for some inclusive playground equipment.
Yes. That bids came in a couple of weeks ago. That's going in front of the board on Monday for approval of that contract. 6 to 8 weeks for it to come in, another 6 weeks or so for it to be installed. So looking at first part of February for it to be actually installed and ready to go.
Is there a reason why it's taking so long to get that?
It-
Because the process doesn't seem like it takes very long.
So I had to go around and look at some different playground pieces and kind of get an idea of what we wanted. And it just, we had a whole lot of other stuff going on throughout the year, and I just pushed it, and finally had time to get it bid out, get the bid package done and everything. So I apologize for it being the end of the year, but it just got put on the back burner a little bit.
So that will be spent before the end of
Yes,
the year? I guess,
yes.
pending board approval?
Yes.
On the Senator Park, I know where that is. There's a fire station there, correct?
Yes, there's a fire station there.
What equipment is currently in that park?
There's an old metal slide and maybe one swing set.
Do we
So
know
there's
how-
no actual structure there.
Do we know, I know you said before that that's your last one and you want to get playground equipment in every park. Would that equipment be used?
Yes,
Do we know
yes.
how-
I've had several people call me on that and ask for playground equipment at that location. So there are kids there. There's grandparents who have kids visit. So yes, it will be used.
Well, do they need playground equipment, or do they need family space, like picnic tables?
There's already some
You know
picnic
what I
tables
mean?
there.
It's like-
There's some picnic tables and some grills there. There's just no playground structure for kids to go and play on.
Okay.
So to make it more inviting,
But everything else is in good condition on
yes,
that part?
yes.
Okay.
Any other questions on that one?
No.
There's no other question on that. We'll go to the next one.
All right, rec center. Director Brewer, you asked last time about the rec center use and the numbers.
Yes.
Here's a pie chart showing what we've done over the last year. I said 65,000 was what I estimated. It's actually closer to 80.
All right.
So if you see, it shows program attendance is 10,500. After-school feeding program that's funded by the state and ran by Food from Heaven gives out 24,000 meals a year. They cook it in the kitchen there at the rec center. Field sports practices and leagues. That's the 3 ball fields behind plus a soccer field is 31,000. That's an average of about, I think I put 400 for the soccer league on Sundays. Large community events, breakfast with Santa, breakfast with the Easter Bunny, 1,400 people. And then miscellaneous rec center reservations, birthday parties, family reunions, meetings is at 11,000.
At the program attendance, is that more like events, scheduled events from the community as well?
That's our after-school program, our summer camp, track when they come in, Ageless Grace, our senior exercise program, bingo that we do the second Thursday of every month. So it's several different things, but most of it's ours, and we bring in different partners for us to run it.
All right.
So what I'm asking for is $5,500 for the rec desk membership tracking software. That's where I got these numbers from. Maintenance improvements to the building and grounds, $15,500, and then programming and events, $39,000. Here's some pictures from Breakfast with Santa. This past year, 800 people is what came to Breakfast with Santa, and that included 100 volunteers. Breakfast with the Easter Bunny had about 400 people at it. Bottom picture, you see our adult softball league that's played on Sundays, and then the top left is just baseball practice. So we have 3 fields, 2 of them have lights. You're looking at, around this time of year, you're looking at 5 practices a night, and it's full every week. During the late spring and through the summer, we can get 6 practices in a night. Pictures from our summer camp program. We had roughly 40 kids at it for this year, over 6 weeks. And then our quilting group that comes every week. I believe there's 8 to 10 that come to it every Tuesday or Friday. And then there's another group that comes on Thursdays. I think there's 4 in it. Any questions?
Will you go back to the slide with the breakdown of the budget, because I don't have a copy of that.
For the programming and events, $39,000, that also goes towards our advertising for it, flyers, social media. I want to get some radio advertisement in. It's also going towards some backdrops that'll have the A&P logo on it, as well as the Parks logo.
Do you have a breakdown of that from last year?
I don't, but I can get you one.
Are there any more questions? Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
The next 2 sections, we will have Texarkana Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon. I'm Dennis Washington with the Texarkana Chamber of Commerce. We have 2 requests before you. Both are renewals from prior years. One is for advertising and promotion, which includes both materials as well as publications. The request for publications and advertising is for $14,000. These publications include the Arkansas Great Southwestern book, as well as the travel RV, as well as other dining and lodging brochures that we print, along with the Twin City maps that are presented, and with various visitors or requests from other regions. Our request this year is reduced from 2024. I think it was $25,000. Of course, we reduced it to 14, largely because in terms of the publications that we were able to advertise in, we didn't have as strong as penetration. but at the same time, we also realized that we still made a dent in those particular ones that we service. As far as we also fund what is called a historical tour, which is a digital format. We went away from the driving CD that had been utilized in prior years. We've had great response from that, as well as we've been able to engage some of our homeschoolers that have utilized that program in order for them to share the history and traditions of downtown Texarkana. And so that is going very positive in that direction. The other request is for the landscaping of the federal courthouse. Last year, that particular request was for $2,000. We spent so far close to about $1,000 this year. We've utilized Frost Landscaping to do the landscaping work around the federal courthouse. And as you're seeing, the north side of it looks very well. Unfortunately, the weather appears to have weathered some of the landscaping around the front. Largely, I would precipitate that to the fact that, one, there's the sprinkler systems and things like that. It's not as available as the mist and water that it receives from the north side where the fountain is engaged. We anticipate continuing with that particular aspect again this year. I entertain any questions you may have.
Yeah, I noticed there's a lot of detail in these publications. Are these publications, are they produced locally?
Yes.
Okay.
That burger looks good.
And we also is not included, I failed to mention, is that we provide lapel pins, such as one that I'm wearing now. We give those to visitors, reunions, a request that comes in, as well as we give them to members as we go to ribbon cuttings. We give them out to the business owners. And at the same time, the post office clerks there give them to new visitors that comes there that may be taking pictures there at the Photographer's Island. And so I think we order close to about 3,000 of those units a year.
And
We also-
where can you find these at? Just at Chamber? or-
Yep. Yes, ma'am, and also the museum systems, Ms. Tara and her group, they'll come by from time to time to pick some up and be able to share with visitors when they come in. Also, our travel centers, they'll email us from time to time when their supplies are running low, and we'll deliver, whether it's directories, those brochures, maps, or whatever for them to have on display. And so
Okay.
usually when they email us, we generally get them out to them either that day or the next day. We get requests from some of travel centers outside Texarkana, like it's Beaumont, Lafayette, Louisiana, Greenwood, Louisiana, West Memphis, Arkansas, Fort Smith, and of course the two we have here, both on 71 and I-30.
Okay.
I noticed you mentioned the lapel pin with Arkansas and Texas.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and you do pass those out.
Yes, sir. Generally, I try to keep some in my pocket whenever we go into ribbon cutting or business after hours to give out to new business owners, those particularly new members to the chamber.
Okay, great. Because, we're not in denial that, we both benefit from each other, Texas and Arkansas.
Yes, sir.
To eventually be, that one community. So I like the fact that you pass those out to the
Thank you.
people that's coming in.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Are there any more questions?
No.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Washington.
thank you.
All right. Next, we have on the list is Cross Ties of Texarkana.
I think we skipped the Photographer's Island from the chamber.
He went over it. He asked for 1,000.
He just gave us too much information.
It's all good. We're good. Ma'am, if there's any verbal content you want to get started on,
Okay,
you
we can just
can.
get started.
I think she's,
Our mission, well, we're asking for $106,000 to put on a jazz festival for 2025. We would like for it to be an annual event. I'll start with, our mission is providing a versatile and inspiring canvas for unforgettable events. Okay. And then I'll work it from here. Okay. In our commitment to being more than a venue, we are a collaborative partner for our community. The Jazz Festival would consist of live jazz performances, local food vendors, and retail vendors, family-friendly activities, and a celebration of jazz's cultural impact on Texarkana. Our music lineup would be 1 to 3 renowned artists or bands, 3 to 6 local jazz artists or bands, and the budget would consist of professional stage, sound, lighting, and of course, artist cost. And it is projected to be about $50,000 to $75,000. Our vendors, we would like to have 8 to 10 local food vendors, and I did leave out our retail vendors also. We would like to have the same amount of retail vendors, and 100% of the revenue would go to the vendors. We would ask for, or we would budget for $500 to $1,000 to go to a utility cost for that day. I'm sorry. This would be fun for all ages. This would include an interactive jazz education workshop. We would ask for musicians and professionals to come and educate. We would have a station set up, educate the young and the adults on these instruments. We want a jazz lane, which is a instrument petting zoo that would be something where kids and adults could interact with these instruments and get familiar with them and maybe spark interest for them in the future. We would want to do a community jazz jam session inside the venue, and this would be set up something like a karaoke event where people could sign up to just play and just have a jazz jam session throughout the day. The estimated cost of this would be $5,000 to $10,000 for the professionals to come out and educate us and help the young and the adults with the instruments. This would have a positive impact on Texarkana because it would celebrate the local culture and heritage, support local businesses by attracting visitors and driving economic activity. This would enhance community engagement and promote arts and education. How we would market would be we would create a comprehensive marketing campaign through print, digital, and social media channels. We would love to partner with other local organizations to help put this on if they would like to join us. And we anticipate the marketing being $15,000 to $20,000. And this is just a graph of our budget for this. And the funding matters because it would ensure free admission and maximum accessibility. It maximizes the economic boost for local businesses and allows full showcase for cultural significance and enables diverse community engagement. And thank you for hearing our presentation, but I also want to mention that Cross Ties has put on, in fact, 4 events of our own that included the Pat Green concert, which we revenued $38,000 for that, $34,000, which were card sales. Don Lewis concert, we put that on. We did 3 concerts and a comedy show. The Don Lewis concert revenued $11,960, $10,000, which are card sales. And then the most recent was Josh Abbott concert, which we revenued $28,000, and then 26, which was card sales. But we do, offer for people to rent the venue and do their own events. But for Cross Ties, we've only done 4 events, those 3 concerts and a small comedy show.
When you say revenue, is that net? Is that what you profited on
Yes,
each one
ma'am.
of those?
Well, it's not the profit, but that's
Okay.
that's what we brought in for those events.
Okay.
I think this feels new. It's very new. It's something, would be a first-time thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I would need more information. And plus, pretty much you're asking for all the money to put on the entire event.
Oh, I'm giving the city the first option of.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, but
yes.
that's just what it's presented to us, like, it's going to cost this amount, can you pay all of it? So, we'd love free events, but is it, you charge tickets in order to help pay for the event?
No. We want to ensure free admission so that,
Okay.
because, that's.
If we can't pay for it, if we can't give you the money for it, how would you get the money for
Well,
it?
we would
Have you
go-
asked for sponsorships?
We haven't yet, but if we didn't have the money, we would definitely go
Yeah.
look for sponsors.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking at your financials here, and I see where you are asking for a set amount of monies for your advertising, which fall in the category of what we really operate in. As far as your advertising and marketing refractions, photography, promotional, radio, social media, sponsorship, websites, and advertising, and other marketing venues here. And so, thanks for those financials.
What time of year would you hold this festival?
Around this time next year, and when it's cool, not too hot, because we have been a part of the summer events, and it is hot, and what we want to do is an all-day thing.
And has there ever been a jazz festival or anything similar to this in Texarkana?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that there are jazz events, but I don't know that anything of this magnitude that we're wanting to do. But we do want to collaborate with those who have put on jazz events in the past.
And I know because, we would essentially be funding the entire event. I know you guys do things at Cross Ties and y'all have concerts and events there. What would be your experience, I guess, doing a festival of this size?
Well, me personally, I have experience in doing or being part of a production team that has put on games for national television. I think I'm experienced, and I can definitely have. We want to collaborate with other people who are experienced also.
Can you be a little more specific about an event that you've planned and
Well,
executed?
Well, I mentioned last time, I worked 8 years for the Dallas Mavericks NBA team and on game day production. So I was a part of the production team putting on the game, and which consisted of something similar where we have a game log each day, and things change on the fly. We have to be alert, aware, and available to be there for timeouts, anything that may come about during the game, but also incorporate our sponsors during the game, and just the entire production of the game.
Well, back to the numbers. I see the numbers here in the range of the advertising and promotion is around about 86. even though it's not the entire funding of the program, but we do see that amount in, for the advertising and promotion for
I'm
those
sorry?
financials down here.
What is it?
Yeah, looking at your financials here at your financial forecast and comparisons, it's the third section when it goes over the expenses, projected expenses.
Mhm. 86?
Are these the projected expenses that are still current, or do you anticipate more advertising and promotion expenses?
I'm not sure I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, those comparisons
Oh,
right
okay.
there.
Oh,
Yes.
the financial report that we submitted?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, the
So,
financials.
I submitted that, and it was in fact not accurate because we had pulled it from QuickBooks, and it threw a lot of things that were not supposed to be categorized as marketing into the marketing folder. So I do have an updated version, which I have one printed out, and it's about half of that amount. I can bring it to you.
All right, thank you.
And that's from January to August, and it's marketing material as far as radio advertisement, digital press, Facebook. Also, there's some sponsoring charges in there also.
All right, thank you. Are there any more questions?
So the advertising and marketing for 85,000 here is actually, you said about half that?
Yes. So I was saying it was there where we pulled a report from QuickBooks, and a lot of it was miscategorized. So it was not accurate. And that's an itemized list there.
Thank you.
Are there
What
any more?
system do you have in place to track the people that are going to be attending this event?
We use, so for this free event, I think we would probably do the same like Outhouse. I asked the people, essentially reserve a ticket and then scan it at the entry, but it would be, of course, a free ticket. So that would help us provide that information to you all, because I know that's important, so we know who's coming, where they're coming from, where they're staying, where they're spending money at. So we'd use Outhouse for our ticket sales, and I think we would like to see if we could create basically a ticket, but it's a free ticket, and they provide us with the details of the demographics of the purchaser, the ticket
Okay.
purchase.
And your jazz acts, have you contacted anyone yet to see some, names of, since it's such a large event?
Yeah, we have had contacted several groups and people. We just need to finalize a date to see if they're available at that date and confirm our funds.
Could you be a little more specific about some names of the artists that you were thinking about?
Well, I know for one band that we've contacted, I don't know if you're all familiar with Emerald City. They are a Grammy-nominated band. They are interested, and we've been communicating with them. And then, another local artist, Michael Rose and the Jive Band. That's another band, and they are very familiar with the jazz in our group or area of music, and so they will be partnering with us to help put this on also. And then also too, when we left here, the last meeting, I think her name was Sarah. She provided me with a contact also.
All right. Are there any more questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we'll have Intense Lineberry Tesla.
you guys doing? My name's Marlon Lineberry. I do a production company, and this is my friend Jackie Brock. He owns Intense Entertainment out of Shreveport. And we're just wanting to try to bring a couple of big-name artists to Texarkana and put us back on the map again, because we used to be a hot spot for entertainment. So we're wanting to bring the rock band Tesla to Texarkana. And the significance of them is the lead singer is from Texarkana, and he sings about it in a song. And I met him at Fat Jack's one night. He come in to shoot some pool, and he asked me one time, he said, you know, they've never asked me to come here and play. And I said, well, this place is a little small for a band of your size. And he said, well, try to find somewhere I can play. I'd love to come in. And that's when I went to the event that you guys had with the Temptations, and it just kind of sparked it as maybe we could honor him, do a hometown hero, keys to the city, and things like that. But we think it will bring the community together. It's an older crowd that he brings, and they usually spend the most money, and they travel well, and they'll stay in the hotels. And I just think it would be great for this thing. This is him where he talks about Texarkana.
You're anticipating having this downtown?
Yes, sir. I'd like to have it at the Front Street Plaza stage if we could do it.
Have that something that's already been coordinated, pre-coordinated?
No, sir. Whenever we reached out to his management, you know, he said, we would love to do it. We just need to know that, you know, it's a serious offer when you guys put it on the table, and then we'll look at his touring schedule and see if we can line it up. Because I told him, just like the young lady said earlier, we'd like to do it in the fall or in the spring, sometime when it's cool weather.
So on the request page, it's 75,000, but then at the back, it says the budget's 125.
Yes, sir.
Are you asking for 75 or 125?
Asking for 125. That's the whole thing with our advertisement, and the band itself is 75,000. And then some of these numbers may go up and down, like we may spend more on advertisement. We were just, whenever we did the numbers, we were pretty confident that, you know, we could make this thing happen for 125. We can sell tickets, and, you know, we don't have to use all the money if we don't need to. We were just, you know, shooting high to make sure that we just didn't come up short.
Would this be a break-even venture, or are you guys looking to make some money off of this?
Looking to make some money and then funnel some of it back into the, you know, the community. Like, I want to do a beautify state line, because I'd said it earlier that all my friends that I take down here, when we get down here, they're just amazed at how beautiful it is. And they're like, man, you know, you guys ought to make it look good on the way in, because everybody comes down state line to get to downtown.
I agree with that.
So you haven't found out the actual cost of the bands yet?
Yes, ma'am. The band is 75,000.
It is 75?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So at 1,500 attendance, what is that per ticket?
I'm thinking $30 is usually, you know, we went and saw them at the House of Blues. It was $30. They sold it out both nights in Dallas, and the average ticket was $30.
So where do you make the rest of the money? Off alcohol sales?
Yes, sir. Some of it will come off of that, but I think, you know, the last time we were here, we asked that gentleman behind us, and he said he thinks it'll hold 5,000 people downtown.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, I think we would get that kind of crowd around here, because you'd have Shreveport, Dallas, Oklahoma. He's from Broken, you know, he born here and raised, and then he moved to Idabel. So when we were in Dallas, he had a whole entourage of people from Idabel.
When the marketing budget was created, that number was there basically to what we thought it would cost to make the show break even and become profitable, not necessarily wasn't thinking about marketing Texarkana, Arkansas with greater impact than what $10,000 would do, you know, because I mean, they're a multi-Grammy award-winning band, you know, with multiple number ones from 1986 through today. So in hindsight, we would change the marketing budget to include a lot more billboards and, you know, mainstream like local television advertising and stuff like that, just to have more of their branding associated with Texarkana, you
Yeah.
know, and think of it more of, let's not try to break even, but let's try to put 5,000 people there,
Yeah.
you know,
yeah.
so
Have
that was
you-
my bad on the marketing thing. I just put, I know I could spend $10,000 and make the people show up to pay the bills back. But
Thanks for answering that
What
question.
we're wanting is larger than that, you know.
Thanks for answering that question. That was the next question. Looking at these financial, we only seen that was only 10,000 there for advertising.
Yeah, so I mean, I can work magic with Google marketing, you know, for that kind of money, you know, and, but, you know, billboards, obviously, you're looking at a considerable, bit more, as well as the broadcast television marketing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So with the profit, some of the profit you're committing to put it back into the community and specifically state line, beautifying state line.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I like that.
You have some
Yeah.
certain areas that you have you contacted any business owners about, you know, maybe, or the city, some different locations you may want to try to beautify?
I haven't on that part yet. We just put it in, you know, when we turned this in a couple of weeks ago. This whole thing started was, you know, I did some stuff at Fat Jack's, and then I did some at Whiskey River and Ho Chi Town Saloon, and Jackie, he's done most things at Cross Ties. And somebody said one day, you know, you got to get a bigger thing. And then when the guy from Tesla said it, I was like, you're the second person to say that. So we just started putting it together. But I will work with the people on Texarkana, Arkansas, you guys. We figure out an area we want to target. I mean, we're not in this thing to get rich. I'm a music lover first and foremost. He's a musician. I'm a musician. We just want some good music down here.
Sounds good. Any more questions?
I have two questions. What is the largest event that you guys have done, and what is the largest crowd that Tesla has drawn?
He's done.
You can ballpark it.
25,000 in Lake Charles is probably the biggest, you know, that I've personally been involved with. And then Tesla, I mean, they're an average these days of about 3,000 to 5,000 people, you know, depending on if it's a 21 and up casino event or an all ages like city type festival event.
Yeah. We got these numbers that I gave you off of Polestar, and when I talked to his manager, you know, I was kind of going over what we were doing. Those were COVID numbers too. He said, Polestar don't care. They just give you the last 3 years of data. You know, he may sell 10,000 here, 3,000 here, but then they average it all together. And he said some of that stuff you're looking at is COVID years because, you know, they're usually playing 5,000 seat arenas. They play Magic Springs every year or every other.
So one of my concerns with just the amount of money that it'll cost
Yes,
is when we first opened that stage, we had Priscilla Block.
I remember.
We dumped money into it, the city dumped money into it, we had Eagle Distributing, beer sponsors, I mean, it was everywhere.
We
Yes.
dumped money into, A&P dumped money into
Yeah.
as well.
That's why I said we,
Right.
I mean, us, the
Yeah.
commission, but, and so we couldn't sell a ticket.
You pay
I
too
know.
much for the wrong act.
We had to,
I
you know,
mean,
we
I'm
were
not trying to
giving it away.
disrespect to whoever pitched it or anything, but people were just texting me that from out of town, like, that's that new stage they just built, and she was just a TikTok star that was that younger crowd. I'm saying they just don't travel good. They don't. Like, my daughter's one of them. When I tease her all the time, she'll be like, you want to go to this concert? It's $25, Dad. I'm like, I got you, baby. But they just don't look at it that way.
Yeah, I think we let everyone in for free. 'Cause
You need to wait till they're very famous everywhere else for about 10 years and then book them here.
Yeah.
You know, because like the Shreveport Bossier market's exactly the same thing. Like if it's somebody that's brand new, that's hot, then if you're from that area, you don't know them, you know, because everybody's more interested in hunting and fishing or sports than following their favorite, you know, the next hottest thing that's coming out. So sticking with classic rock is pretty safe, you know.
All right, thanks, man. Are there any more questions? All right, if you will, just hold 1 second. You have one other slide.
So the next one, whenever we had pitched the Tesla thing amongst ourselves, was other people were saying, you know, country music in this area is the big draw. And so sticking with the hometown thing, I thought Tracy Lawrence would be great. You know, he's from here. I used to run him up and down the road when he dated a neighbor of mine, and didn't even know it was him till one day she goes, you know that guy you carried the electric cowboy that day? I was like, yeah, that's Tracy Lawrence. And so they used to do a hometown thing for him in Foreman, and then he played out the fairgrounds here one time with 3 doors down. But they said he's got, you know, that he would like to come back, you know, with the right circumstance. And Jackie deals with his manager all the time. And so Jackie kind of gave him a heads up, and he said, well, y'all make a proposal, and we'll see if we can't make it happen.
I have to tell you this one thing. I was at the bill signing, because they signed it at special events on the boulevard.
Uh-huh.
And him and his manager, and there were like 8 people in the huge room, and he signed it right then. And I was, at the time I bartended, and he came over and he's like, I'm so nervous. So, little skinny guy, you know.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
That was when he signed his deal?
That's when he signed his deal.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. We had a,
So have you checked on prices for him?
he's
That's the same.
75, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I was at an alumni event. I was at an alumni event, I think at SAU, and I think his name came up down there as well.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, he's got a new podcast out that's what my daughter said, because she didn't know who he was, and then I showed a picture, she said, that's the guy off the podcast, so, you know, that's how the new generation sees people.
Are there any more questions?
No, I think from the previous one.
Yeah, it's the same slide, just different
All
guy.
right, thanks, man.
Hey, thank you guys so much. I
Thank
think what y'all are doing here is an awesome
All right,
thing.
next we have Texarkana Arts and Historic District.
Can you launch it where I can drive it? Thank you. So I'm Jamie, I'm with the Texarkana Arts and Historic Committee. We are a collaborative effort of several organizations downtown who are involved in the arts and history. Main Street, the Perot, the Symphony, the Chamber, the Texarkana Museum System. And our purpose is to make downtown Arts and Historic District a destination by promoting events down there or having our own events, and by upgrading the aesthetics of downtown.
Awesome.
So some of the stuff we've done in the past, the street banners that you see downtown that get changed out about once a year, those are ours. The metal artwork that you see, there's one out in front of City Hall, there's one down in front of the Texas Fire Department, some down at the Pro, those were done by us. Public art murals, the courthouse square upgrade was a project of Arts and Historic. And then electrical box wraps, we're getting ready to do one of those on Arkansas side for this year. Crosswork art, the big TXK letters, and in the past, we've done the KTAL Skycam. This year, we're asking for a total of $50,000, and it's broken out in this way. We're asking for $5,000 for digital and print advertising. This year, we are just finishing up putting together our campaign with the Arkansas Tourism, and funds, anything that we spend with Arkansas Tourism, Arkansas Great Southwest matches that by 50%. So we're getting ready to put $2,500 into that. Arkansas Great Southwest will match $2,500. So we'll have a $5,000, a $5,000 ad buy, and it'll only cost us $2,500.
And Jamie, I understand that all the projects that you listed up there, you're going to be advertising all those projects. All those products are being advertised.
So with Arkansas, with the Arkansas Tourism, right now we're doing a full-page ad
All right.
And the only thing they're putting out next year is the Arkansas Tourism Guide. They're not doing a motorcycle guide or an outside guide or anything like that. So we'll have a full-page ad this year in that'll advertise Texarkana.
All right.
And then next year, we're looking at adding social media to that, and they will send their photographers down here, they'll create the content for us, and we can do whatever we want with that. We can do the Christmas parade, we can do concerts at Front Street, we can do some of this stuff that you may fund for other groups, we can advertise that. Because one of the things that we've added this year that we didn't have last year was $5,000 for event promotion. We would like to supplement some of the events that are already being promoted and supplement that advertising, and maybe try to push that to outside of Texarkana to draw some people in for that. We're asking for $8,200. This is our match. Arts and Historic District is funded by the Texas Hotel and Occupancy Tax. They have a $50,000 line item in their budget every year for it. So this would be our match to that. This replaced the Skycam. We're just filmed our second segment for this year because they started filming it in September. And we are really pushing hard to make sure that Arkansas gets their part of those spots. So we did the Municipal Auditorium last month. This month we did the Auto Museum. Next month we're doing Olive Street Vintiques, which is down on Broad now, and then 1892 and the Banana Club. So.
Do you know what I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
No, okay.
I was going to ask you what the viewership was for that Loving Living Local.
I don't have those numbers. I
I
apologize.
imagine it's on YouTube as well.
Yes. Yeah, and that gets us, besides those, it gets us 3 spots a day every week for those pieces they run. It also gets us sponsorship of their question of the day. Matter of fact, I have copies of the packet here for that for y'all. But this would be our match, and Texas would contribute the other half of it. We're asking for $2,000 for social media advertising. These would be Facebook ads, Instagram posts, which that's, as you all know, pretty much the way things have gone lately. $4,000 for influencer partnerships. This is something new we've added this year. I think my batteries have died. Promotional memberships, we're adding the Arkansas Cinema Society this year, the Arkansas Hospitality Association, and our Kansans for the Arts. We are going to get involved with them. There's not a membership fee for that. And we're also going to add the Arkansas Museums. We would like to get the Municipal Auditorium designated as a museum so that it would open up some grants for us for the auditorium. The street banners, these are our new street banner designs. The old ones will be coming down, these will be going up, and of course we have the big street banner that we fund that half and half with Texas. Public art projects, this is something that we have not had on the Arkansas side. Most of them that got funded were funded on the Texas side. We would like to paint the crosswalks in front of Front Street Festival Plaza, just to beautify that a little bit and make it more of an entrance. And then we have looked at this wall here, which the landmark building is right over here. This is one of the first walls you see coming down State Line, and we would like to do something with that and do some kind of mural on that. And they are also, they have just plastered over the wall across from Hopkins, so that wall's available for a mural now also. The event promotion I talked about, we'd like to supplement some of the other stuff that's already being promoted. And then $800, this is for our domain and our, just those kind of administrative things.
Now, on your thing, it says 35, doesn't it?
It does.
We submitted, we submitted a different one. The 35 took out the 5,000 for event promotion, and it had 10,000 for the public art projects. I thought that got updated before we turned it in, but maybe it did not.
So you're asking for 50 or 35?
We're asking for 50.
That was the same as last year, correct?
We got 40 last year.
I mean, the ask was 50 for last year, though, too.
I
right?
believe so.
And we didn't do any of the public art projects last year, right?
No.
On the magazine digital print, what kind of ads are those? Is that just a logo as a sponsor, or is that promoting events?
It depends on what we decide on. I mean, that we can do, with the Arkansas Tourism, we can do just a logo, we can do a video, it just depends on how much money we want to spend. We can do a quarter page, we can do a half a page. Honestly, $5,000 is not going to buy you a lot of print.
All right.
As a matter of fact, if we do a full page with Arkansas Tourism, that's $5,000, and $2,500, that would be ours, $2,500 would be Arkansas Great Southwest. If we added social media, that $5,000 could be taken up completely with Arkansas Tourism.
So on the street banners, will we see more of those on the Arkansas side?
We've ordered 25 street banners this year. I went and counted the poles, and I've ordered all new brackets. So
That'll take us down the state line? and
that'll take us
over
down
Broad?
state line, it'll take us down state line and down Broad.
And so will that one design, will those be up all year long, or will those change out?
We
seasonally?
changed them out this year. Now, we only have $3,000 in our budget. I think those street sign banners are about $80 a piece. We changed them out this year. We had celebration banners. We put up some Olympic banners down at State Line. I know Ina has talked about wanting to do some kind of Christmas banners. I suspect they'll be changed out at some point during the year.
Because I think it'd be cool to see, Oktoberfest and Christmas
And it's possible that what we could do is not change them all out, but change out half of them to Oktoberfest or Christmas or something, and still be able to afford that.
How far down state line? It doesn't go all the way down state line, right?
There's not all the way down state, it goes to the post office. Yeah, because Arts and Historic only covers downtown.
And you say for the billboard is still to be determined, refers to billboard date when it.
The billboard,
Yeah,
we weren't planning on doing a billboard.
okay, I thought I seen something here about you.
They may call something they do a billboard, but it's not, it's a digital billboard on their TV, it's not.
All right. Yeah, maybe it's digital. It says here full screen billboard, so, yeah, maybe it's digital.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any more questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. All right. Next, we'll have Running WJ Therapeutic Center.
Alrighty. I'm Brittany. I'm the director at Run and WJ Ranch. And these are some of our kiddos. So, Run and WJ Ranch, our mission is to enrich the lives of individuals with disabilities, offering equine-assisted intervention, educational programs, and social interactions that inspire growth, confidence, and community involvement while securing a strong financial foundation for continued support. So we're asking for funds for our barrel race to do promotional items, and I did bring both things that we did. Last year was just the t-shirts, but we are now out of hats and are looking to replenish that stock. So why we do a barrel race is it's very popular in our horse world, and people travel far and wide for these events. It's kind of like you go to baseball games, you follow baseball teams. These barrel racers do that also. And then also, due to the positioning of Texarkana, we're able to partner with Future Fortunes, which is another production company that puts on barrel races, and they bring added money. So on top of the money that we get from entries that goes back to the winners, this Future Fortune brings extra amount of money. And these horse owners enroll in this program with their Future Fortune horses, and so they travel also for these programs. And like it says on there, we're the number 3 Super Championship Tour every year. And it fosters community involvement through free entry for spectators, and then people explore the area when they're here. They're always asking us where to go eat. They ask us where to stay if they don't stay on the grounds, and they're out shopping. And also, this helps raise funds for our riding program. So just some numbers. Last year's entries from this year's entries in June were 2,525 entries. That was roughly 625 contestants. So any contestant can bring 2 to 5 horses to run. So that's why the entry number is so much larger than contestants. And then also with that, the contestants bring at least 2 people. Sometimes they bring their whole family. So there's anywhere from 2 to 5 people with them also. They start arriving on Tuesday and normally leave on Sunday. And then last year we had 13 different states present to our area. So yeah, it was pretty, we get excited too. We get to counting them and we're like, oh, we haven't had this state before. So,
Will you
like
name off those states?
Do what?
Will you name off those states? So that
They are Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, of course, Louisiana, Florida, Kentucky, Ohio, Tennessee, Colorado, Mississippi, Missouri, New Mexico, Nevada. In the past, we've even had somebody come up from Canada, or down, I should say, down from Canada.
Wow.
So yes, it reaches far. And then here's a picture of our promotional items that I also brought one. Last year, you guys, we didn't do it back. So you guys were on the front middle of the design right here.
all right.
And then the hats, they go on the side like this.
Cool.
And every contestant that comes through gets one. And then on Saturday and Sunday when we're starting to wrap up, if a contestant didn't get one or their family wants one, we open it up to their family members to get one too. So when there's extras left over from the race, which this year we did not have very many extras. So, any questions?
Did you buy hats this year also?
No.
You just bought T-shirts?
Just T-shirts. Yes, we had leftover hats from year before last, and so we finally got rid of all of those and are looking to, they love these hats.
Do they?
They do, yes. They request girl colors this time since it's mainly females. But
Okay.
Well, thanks. Are there any more questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have City Beautiful Commission. Oops. Next, we'll have City Beautiful Commission. Okay. All right. Roger that. All right. Next, we have HypeCon Events. No, whoa, thanks.
I think you're skipping a lot of people.
Yeah, I think I am. Where are we?
Baseball Association.
Texarkana Baseball Association.
TABA.
Thank you. Got to have a team, right? Come on, third
Is it time
base.
for a break?
All right, third base.
Take a break right now.
Hello, I'm April Lane with TABA, Texarkana, Arkansas Baseball. I am the treasurer and also the concession lady. And this year we are asking for $264,802.59 for field renovations. In my packet, I included pictures. I had planned on doing a slideshow so that you could see everything that was needed. But I did include pictures of what we purchased last year with the A&P money. We were able to finish the pavilion, which everyone has absolutely loved. A new roof, we replaced the AC units. We bought a new field maintenance machine, the batting cage nets, and a new mower. And then we finished renovations on the bathrooms. We also were able to pay off the loan that we had from the previous year. Actually, I think it was 3 years ago, but we did pay it off 3 years early. This year, I don't know, I'm pretty sure y'all are aware that Spring Lake Park is getting turf fields. Therefore, when it rains or we have bad weather, they will still be playing ball. And whenever tournaments are hosted in Texarkana, we do a lot of those jointly. And so with the weather, they will be able to continue to play. And at where our fields are at this moment, we would not be able to hold up to our side of hosting that tournament due to the field conditions. In 2007, 2009, there was a major renovation at Ed Worrell where all of the fields were grazed and laser graded, and that's when the backstops were put in, the concession stand was built. So the fields have not been graded, lasered, anything since 2007. And you can see some of the pictures that I put in of the rain, the water that it's holding. That is all from this season where we had to cancel, at least 5 nights of games. Because it is just volunteers, me, Tyler, and a couple of others who show up to try to get all of this water off of the fields in order for the games to play. Luckily, we had a great fall ball that we just finished. We hosted the entire Texas and Arkansas City fall ball this year. We had 56 teams, which means we had 56 games every Saturday. I got there at 6:15, baked biscuits for everyone, and closed. I left about 11:45 at night every Saturday. So it was great. The other money that I'm asking for is for the batting cages. We purchased the new nets last year, but you can see that the frames are not in any kind of condition to even hold the netting. So we're needing to stabilize those. In some cases, the frame will need to be replaced. The concrete bid that is in there is for some of those frames. It's also to finish out some areas around the bleachers that we had the cover put down, and the concrete slab is so small underneath the cover that you can't get in with mowers or anything, so we want to extend it and finish it on out. And then the lighting bid is for, there's security out there, security areas that we need security lighting added. And then the fencing bid, I put that's just the picture that shows the worst, but we have a lot of fencing that is about to hit the ground. And they said that it's not commercial grade, it's residential grade is what we currently have, therefore it's not holding up. So pretty much our request is all for capital improvements this year.
So you said that, and we're aware that Texas side has got the turf.
Mm-hmm.
And when it rains, we cannot have tournaments on this side of Ed Worrell.
With the condition of our fields right now, no.
My question is, obviously, we're not going to get the same turf as they're getting.
No, we are not.
So in the event that we do these upgrades, will it take the water off?
That is correct.
And we'll still be able to play equivalent to what they're doing, or?
Yes.
Okay.
This bid from Symmetry Turf, I didn't give y'all their first bid because it was like for $1.9 million. Symmetry is who is putting the turf in at Spring Lake Park. They do have a natural grass division. And what they're wanting to bring in is called Master Turf, and it's a special blend of dirt and soil that drains. It's like almost just sucks the water up. Most of your major league fields and top college fields use this Master Turf soil, and it helps the runoff so that the water does drain. And with the fields being laser graded, along with adding this, the water will run off the sides instead of pool there in the infield.
If in the future we decided to do a turf field, how much would that cost?
Ooh, well, we have 6 youth fields and we have 1 that is high school size. Being that I work for Texas High Athletics, I know that to turf that high school size field is $2.9 million. It is roughly $985,000 a field to turf the other 6. So you're looking at almost $8 million. Yeah.
I look forward to that report.
I did put it on my Facebook page asking for, if anyone had an $8 million tax write-off they needed, if they wanted to donate, we would take it.
Good luck with that.
But I love our fields. I love the grass. I don't know how many of y'all have ever had kids who play travel ball and have seen parks in any other towns, but we have a gorgeous park, and our fields are in top shape compared to some. Theirs drain better apparently, but I love our natural grass. Yes, we mow a lot. I mow a lot during the summer. I don't mind, but I personally wouldn't like playing on turf. It's going to benefit them to not have to cancel games, but it's also very hot. It's just, I don't know. My boys hated playing on turf.
So if they do this, then they're going to grade it to where all the water runs
That is
off?
correct. The entire infield.
Okay.
They are going to laser
And
grade
that's
it
for all the fields?
for all 7 fields.
Approximately how long does that hold up?
Well, it was last done in 2000, I think it was 2008 to be exact when it was done. So that was 16 years ago. So I would think it would hold up for that long, at least another 15.
So if the maintenance was done earlier than that, would it be a less cost to keep
Do what
that?
now?
Would it be a less cost to keep that up if it was done, let's say, once every 5 years, or is it about the same regardless?
I don't know if he could come in and just add some periodically, and it would be less cost so that we don't have to do the entire field at one time. That would be something to check into.
Like a general maintenance?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be nice. Because again, a lot of our problem is we're volunteers. And so you get dads and coaches out there who have no idea, and they're raking the dirt out into the grass and whatnot. They don't know how to care for a field. So it does cause it to go downhill quickly.
By the way, we thank y'all for what y'all do.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions,
I have one more question.
Sure.
So over the last several years, we've spent, a couple $100,000 plus per year. At any point, will that go down significantly, or is there constantly gonna be
For me personally,
upgrades?
I don't know of anything else that I need to ask you for, except for maybe maintenance here and there. But once we get the batting cages fixed and the drainage on the fields, I personally don't know of anything else that I could do at the park to even ask for money for.
Parking lot.
I think say be
Well,
careful.
that's outside. That parking lot would be great, but that is on the city. That's not me.
Can you tell I go there a lot with my grandkids?
Yeah, I just want to keep cooking the food. So, no, I don't know of anything else. Me personally, if I knew that I was going to be out there for the rest of the time or had someone to step in and help, I would like to see our smallest field turned into a Miracle League field, which is for the handicap and challenge, and it's an all turf, not actual turf, but it's like a cushioned field. They have one in Little Rock. I would like to see that brought to town. That would be my next, if I was to ask you for any more money, that would be my next goal. Yeah, so.
Okay, I look forward to that request.
Good deal.
I would like to retire at some time. I've been there for 23 years now, but we'll see.
There's no retirement for volunteers. Doesn't happen.
That is true. That is so true.
Well, thank you, April. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just from a consensus of the board, we're going to take like a 5-minute break. Right now, the time is 16:39. We'll say 16:40. We'll start back at 16:45.
All the English speakers,
Oh.
that's 6 minutes.
Hey, thanks for the call. Thanks for the catch. I told you you were winning the show over here.
There you go.
Which, oh, yeah, it was.
She's calculating. We're going to go down.
The city
Information about this right here.
financial
Hopefully she can finish before it gets to
runway villages is done, but yeah, that's it.
what's the average. And then if there's nothing else, someone will make a motion for adjournment. Go ahead and write down your projection. It'd be an average, we're gonna you have to be
I go to a doctor's tomorrow. Wait, that I did get an MRI, so I have a torn meniscus, I have a sprain in my ACL, a sprain in my MCL, a concussion. But it's taking me a month to get to see a doctor. But I've learned that if you're at Texarkana Emergency Clinic, since I'm a school teacher, I just went in and they gave me the MRI. And whatever my insurance doesn't pay, if you're a teacher or a firefighter or a police officer, they don't charge you for anything. So it's very good to know. Someone told me about it. I didn't believe it, so I didn't have to pay a copay. Texarkana Emergency Center. If you're a firefighter, over there behind by the mall, it's very nice. You can go in there. You can go in there for non-critical things, like if you are sick or have the flu, you go in there for flu shots, they can see you for anything. And they call it the Heroes Program, so what is it? No copay. So now I just got tomorrow, they're gonna do an MRI and see what's going on.
Yeah, I can see everything. You want to know anyways.
I wanna know now. I'm trying to
So
plan
you know
a
what to
wedding.
do and what not to do.
You're going to get surgery? I hope not, but I think so. Yeah. I think they have a surgery that they can fix the meniscus. Maybe sew that together. I think so. I've heard people that. My wedding was initially planned for May the 24th, and I'm just like, so everything's on hold until I find out what are we going to do of this coming year. Like in May.
Trying to make
We
it.
got our money already reserved, and it's like, no. Well, we can get our money back, but I'm hoping it's going to be something quick. It'll be all right. I can.
I was thinking about last year.
We gave them 125,000. I think that's what.
I had a question. You retired from the Army? What'd you do in the Army? Infantry? Where at? All the infantry places?
Yeah. What about yourself?
So I did 6 years at 3rd ID and then got out.
ID, all right,
Yeah. And then went out here to 1153 with the Guard. And then like tomorrow I fly out to Washington National Guard. I'm a brigade chaplain, 81st Brigade. So it's good stuff. But yeah, I read that on your bio somewhere. I was like, oh, good. I like to know other soldiers.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Roger that.
Yes.
So this is done, then we add these up, and then we tell the people, we vote on it.
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
When this is done, we're gonna give it to Laura. She's gonna do the average.
Okay.
We'll continue with the meeting.
Okay.
And then hopefully by the time we get down towards the end of the meeting, she'll have averages and she'll
Dry fit, extra large.
Okay.
And And then.
If I keep on going, I'll be extra large.
Because the agenda is right here. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there we go, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about the delinquent. Hey, how's it going, stranger?
Hey, how are y'all?
Doing well.
I can't stay till the end, so I'm so sorry to interrupt, but
No problem.
I would love to give you guys a I have a medium.
I need to figure out where I get from the markets on.
Medium.
I almost wear one of those
Have a
today.
small.
Definitely not small.
Large.
You're like, I'm a official baby.
Give me some large. This is going
I don't-
well. Good meeting, everybody.
I don't, how much?
Thank
Hey, look
Thank
forward to
you.
hearing from you.
Thank you.
Director, so.
I have a drawer just.
Where's this?
There's not very many. It's in
I can't remember the last time I drank anything out of a can.
right there. It's in one of those things.
I know.
There's not too many terms. Oh, wow. Thank you. It's 2 of these.
She's not. Yes.
He does not get to vote. So you got his sheet?
Yeah, we got it sheet. We can turn the sheet in.
Disturb everybody.
Okay, gotcha.
I just turn it.
So you're,
I'll turn my numbers in so they average that out.
oh, gotcha. Okay,
Yeah, I'm turning the numbers in.
okay.
All right, it's time. We gotta get everybody back in here.
Matter of fact, I killed him after I left here 2 weeks before.
Oh, awesome. Yes, yes. You don't have to be here, but we're gonna tell everybody. We won't know. It's
Everybody
average.
privately adds it up and
Yeah, yeah. We all put it down, and then they send, and she's gonna announce the bid amount, and then if you all have any questions, you all contact them today.
He was asking me about the numbers and stuff, and I did come to Bob, and I was right, it was about, questions I need to answer, I'll be glad.
Okay, good deal. We got your number. We got your number.
because do we need to change?
Call me and let me know you got the good.
Roger that. We'll let you know. All right, it's 4:50. If there's anyone in the hallway, Steve, you see anybody out there in the hallway?
No. Keep rolling. Get the gas, let's go.
Roger that. All right, we're gonna resume time now.
450.
And I'm gonna look a little careful here.
Symphony.
Next we have is Texarkana Symphony Orchestra.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Clark, and it's my privilege to stand before you for the 17th time. You can imagine that, 17 years.
Wow.
So we are the Texarkana Symphony Orchestra and the Perot Theater, and we requested $20,000 for marketing and promotions. I just thought I'd highlight a few of the things that I was asked about and that I talked about 2 weeks ago. That is, first on the 5th page of your packet, there's a wonderful graphic that comes from e-tickets, that shows you where all the tickets are that were sold. In our community for things for the Perot in the last year, as well as outside of our community. And you'll notice very quickly that tickets were sold in Washington State, Oregon, California, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, North and South Carolina, Florida, to name just a few. There were over $962,000 worth of tickets sold at the Perot Theater. That includes 26,000 tickets. If you remove the 5,000 that are attributed to local dance studios and the Nutcracker performance by the local ballet, we still have 21,000 tickets. Of that amount, as I said 2 weeks ago, 114,000 of that, or 15%, comes from individuals that purchase from the city of Texarkana, Arkansas, and 49% of that revenue, or approximately 472,000, comes from outside the immediate 6 zip codes that surround Texarkana. That includes 71854, 75503, the other 2 zip codes in the Texas side, plus the surrounding areas. So that means all that other money comes from outside of that zone. Thought I would also let you know a few other facts about the Texarkana Symphony. We are one of the state of Arkansas's arts agency's major arts partner, which means we are one of 7 organizations in the state of Arkansas that reaches the mark of $1 million. And so we are 4th in that group. Ahead of us is the Arkansas Arts Center in Little Rock, the Arkansas Symphony Orchestra in Little Rock, the Oxford American, which is a literary magazine based in Little Rock, and then the Texarkana Symphony Orchestra. The final 2 that make up that are the Texarkana Regional Arts and Humanities Council and the Walton Arts Center in Northwest Arkansas. So we are the 4th largest funded organization in the state of Arkansas as an arts organization. I am the past chair of the Arkansans for the Arts organization, which is responsible for promoting the arts within the state of Arkansas. And our offices, since our inception in 2006, have been on the Arkansas side. To Mr. Hollebush's question last week about what exactly does the Symphony and the Perot Theater provide for the city of Texarkana, Arkansas, I thought I'd highlight a few of those things. Yes, we perform on the Texas side, and the Perot is located on the Texas side. If you were to pull up etix.com right now and query Texarkana, Arkansas, there would be 12 events by the Symphony and by the Perot that would come up. Out of those 12 events, that's very similar to what we did last year. Over 100 room nights we expect to be expended this year on the Arkansas side, hotels which we will rent and pay the A&P tax to put our musicians and guest artists and others in. We did the same last year. Our musicians often go and participate at the local bars. So I have musicians that have played at Fat Jack's, at Banana Club, and many others, and they're not the local ones. They're the ones that come from far off who have gotten to know all the other local people in our community. About 8 of my musicians left a rehearsal last week to go to the Banana Club after hours. The Texarkana Symphony provides for the Arkansas side school system, and that's at least 3 schools a year, our student concerts. Yes, we bring them to the Perot, but there is no other location in our community that has a large enough stage and the acoustics and the ability to handle and staff that amount of kids. And plus, it's good for the kids to be exposed to the other kids from our city. We also take ourselves, meaning myself, Rebecca Gray, our music director, and others into those schools to talk to those students about music. We often bring our guest artists. 2 of my full-time employees are Arkansas City residents. About 1/3 of my part-time hourly paid ushers and crew, that's the people behind this curtain, are residents of the city of Texarkana, Arkansas. And so we have an economic impact that's usually unseen by the community at large and beyond what we offer and bring. And finally, I'm going to put myself out there and offer to you to help you in your endeavors to find big artists like what have been suggested by others here, and learn from all the wisdom that I've learned over the years, both in our community and what it takes to bring those large acts and make them successful.
Mr. Clark, I have a question.
Sure.
On our documents, our financials here is stating you're asking for 15, but you verbally said
Okay,
you're asking
I misspoke. It's 15,000. Sorry about that.
Okay. Another question. You spoke of the 3 schools. And how many years you been doing this again?
So we've been doing that in the schools since the inception of the orchestra, having student concerts and bringing them to the symphony. So our first season was in 2007, and then in 2008, the Youth Symphony Orchestra, which also has students from the Arkansas side, began.
Okay, with that question, parents, have you received any feedback from any parents for any of those students that perhaps went on to college and needed to do resumes or anything?
Yes, there have been several students from the Arkansas side who've gone on to get full scholarships to universities, and in fact, one of them from the Arkansas side went on to become the first chair principal of the University of Arkansas Symphony for a time and received a stackable scholarship to them. So yes.
Do you elaborate, do you communicate that to TASD or some of the
Yes, the
parents?
district's aware of that, and of course, those are students that participate in our Youth Symphony Orchestra, and so these are students who come out of the string program at TASD. And we have also been foundational, as you recall, or you might not know, the Arkansas side has had a string program longer than any other school district, and there have been times over our last 20 years here where that's almost fallen apart, and we have stepped up to the plate to help the Arkansas side district keep that from happening.
All right,
I
thanks.
like
Are
it.
there any
And
more?
I think it's
Are there any
money
more
well
questions?
spent. I will say, I love the way you justified, even though it's in Texas, that it benefits Arkansas greatly. So I appreciate you coming full throttle with that, so that was good.
You're welcome.
Mr. Clark, if you don't have anything else, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, I think I'm on track now. City Beautiful. Rick, I was trying to call you up before time.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry I missed my appointment. But,
No, you're on time.
okay. Well, I'm not sure what I can add to what I presented last time. The committee itself did meet since we made our last presentation, and we have, I think, are bringing our focus to the project that I presented to you, the gazebo out at Bobby Ferguson Park.
Yes.
I think that's going to be probably our main emphasis this next year, in addition to what I mentioned about trying to help the city with some of the maintenance of the landscape that the city, parks are responsible for. But we've today been trying to secure permission from the Arkansas Department of Transportation to be able to get to the Welcome to Texarkana sign, which we've been getting complaints about because it's gotten kind of grown up. It's not very accessible, and but we have used some of our funds to hire a landscape maintenance man to go out there and clean it up and get it completely ready for replanting next spring.
All right.
So on the remaining from the 2024 that was reallocated from before,
Right.
so after you do all of the stuff with the Bobby Ferguson gazebo, there will still be 4,400 remaining?
I believe that's correct, right. Now,
Do y'all have anything that you guys can spend that on? Because I know
well,
one of the
I
conditions.
just mentioned this landscape maintenance project. I think we got a bid of $1,200, so, we probably put some of that towards that.
Where would that landscape maintenance be?
Well, that's on
Is
that
that on the-
Welcome to Texarkana sign out there. But we have some other areas that we probably will have the same company address. There's a small Welcome to Arkansas sign down on 7th Street that we've done a little bit with, but it's really looks very trashy all along the street there, and I think if we can't convince the owner of the parking lot there, which I suppose is the prison system, to clean that up, we may get him to work on that. But we probably could spend that remaining amount before the end of the
I imagine
year.
you could find something to
Yeah.
do with it. On the Welcome to Texarkana sign, if we're not able to gain access to that, is there any plan to just do some kind of hardscape?
Well, that's what's been discussed. We thought just doing away with it entirely so we only have to mow it. But I presented to the board of directors a request to secure us a right-of-way to the site from the north, and that will eliminate the problem we've got about coming off the highway right-of-way, which they really don't want that to be done, so we know we've got to find another way there.
And I think we're still waiting for that collaboration with the city manager. He's working on that. All right, does anyone else have any more questions for City Beautiful? Thanks for.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have HypeCom events. We have 3 sections. Yeah, I think you better come before I relook at this again.
Well, I guess I can start. My name is Jesse Darby Tillis with HypeCon Events. I think I have 3, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Which one's on the first one that I should be talking about?
Your first one is Hype Tattoo Convention.
Yes, the 4 States Tattoo Expo. Now, that event has not happened yet. It is actually November 15th and 16th. That is the first one ever in this area within the 60-mile radius from Texarkana that will be happening. Any questions for it? Like I said, it hasn't happened yet. We have over 30 artists from all over. Since there's no Texarkana artists or shops on Texarkana side, all these artists are all out of town. We are using the hotel of the Hampton Inn on the Arkansas side that already has a room blocked, and I want to say it's full. I have to check. It's been, or is already halfway full of outside guests already booking there. And we are using El Chico's being our personal food sponsor that will be selling tacos, tamales, and fajitas at the event.
So just to be clear, the money that we gave you last year, you have not used that?
No, I have used that with promotion, with booking for it. The event just hasn't happened yet because of the date.
So so this event hasn't happened yet. Are you selling, is this a ticketed event?
Yes, sir.
How many tickets have you sold so far?
Right now, we are at 45 pre-sale tickets.
45 tickets?
45 pre-sale tickets and 30 artists and piercers and 5 vendors.
So the 30 artists and piercers are,
the ones that's going to be at the expo, but then we also have 5 extra outside vendors.
they're booked and confirmed and they will
Yes,
be
paid. Those are the paid ones. We have several more that have not paid yet. And also, each time somebody is out of state paying, they always have to pay the out of state tax to be at this event.
So your projected attendance is 750 for the next one, and with the first one that hasn't happened yet, what was your projected attendance for that?
For this event,
Well, you
right
have
now,
750 right here, but you've got 45 pre-sold for the one that hasn't.
yes, for the fall event. Right now, looking off of our Facebook, not including our Instagram, because our Instagram is still a couple hundred, but looking off of our Facebook event page right now, we are sitting at around 3,200 to 3,300 interested in going.
And what page is this?
4 States Tattoo Expo.
It's towards the back.
Going and 3K interested.
And counting.
That's quite a few.
To just say, this includes people coming from Hot Springs, Arkadelphia, Longview, Mount Pleasant, Dallas, Texas, Austin. I did say Little. And these are just some of the artists that are from around the area coming in.
So with the licensing to be a tattoo artist, if they're licensed in Texas, they can operate in Arkansas?
To be a licensed artist, to operate for my event, you have to pay the temp fee. To just be an artist, to be on Arkansas side, you have to have 5 years already prior experience outside, or you have to have 120 hours apprenticing under our Arkansas artists.
And that's, I get the health department's rules?
Yes, these are the health department rules. I check with them monthly, well, bi-weekly, actually. And going by the website off the health department, there is no Texarkana, Arkansas. No, there is one, and he's our main guest that did Ink Masters. He is registered on Texarkana for Arkansas. He's from Texarkana, and he's registered in Arkansas. The only artist, according to the state records of Arkansas.
Because he's got a shop right there off state line, right?
No,
There's somebody. right
there
off
is
state
a shop, but it is not on that website. That has nothing to, they are not registered. Anybody that has signed up for my event have been registered. And I have all the files for that. That shop has not registered for me, and I have not found that on the website.
So I'm not seeing a breakdown of your cost.
So getting the paperwork and breaking down the cost, I was very confused of what all do I include? Do I include every minute detail of pricing that I need to get, like for trophies and for the event space, for
Your
promotion?
expenses, list of expenses.
Was that everything like I'm asking for the city, or was that everything just for the
Well,
event
it's
needed?
to tell us what
for the
you
event.
want to pay.
Oh, okay. I was very confused of like what I'm asking for to cover or what overall. I was very confused on that when providing numbers just overall for it. Because I don't even think I may have made a mistake when I had my secretary include that. I don't even think they included the $2,000 towards the state to put on the tattoo event.
Now, there's one for, the next one, I think, for the HopCon.
Well, you want to give us some ballpark figures of what your budget in your mind is?
So for facilitating, getting tables and everything else, it's always around $3,000 to $5,000, depending on how many booth spaces we have. When it comes down to the state, having we are planning to match 40 artists, and we have over 40 artists. It will be $2,000 to the state of Arkansas. Then we always trying to do around for an event this size, $2,000 to $3,000 for promotion, being radio, TV, social media, and flyers. There is also the supplies we have, as in we have a stencil maker on hand, a printer on hand, and the facilities of paper for them, for any artist that is trying to draw up anything to do the tattoos. There is also wash hand stations that we will have for the event for the provided artists and for cleanup.
So you're at $7,500, and then the last two things, do you have a price on those? The hand washing and
I'm still, because I'm a month out, I'm still looking for the best way for the hand washing stations. I've kind of getting different price points, but I'm just looking for how many and what will fit, because knowing the number I would want to have for each booth space, because we have our booth spaces set at 3 different types, and that's something I will only know 2 weeks out to really acquire to facilitate for each artist the correct amount.
Laura, do you know what did we award last year? Do you know?
Last year, I
Last
think
year?
it was 10,000.
10,000?
Yes.
So what was, because you did give us the budget for last year, and it was 10,000 for the Arkansas Convention Center ballroom for one weekend,
Mhm.
5,000 for artist booking fees, and 5,000 for advertising and promotion, to include A&P logo on banners, posters.
That should have been included in this one, unless I messed up.
$700 for event insurance.
Yes, and then the
You're
event
actually
insurance.
hosting this at Crossties, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So what would be needed in the future, continue to provide your forecast? Continue to provide that
We need
forecast.
to know where you're spending the money that you're asking for.
Oh, to put on? I thought, so I have it for last year, but I didn't have it for this year. My paperwork must have been, I was kind of confused because I was mixed up for asking for an event that hasn't happened yet. So that, my fault. What would I need, essentially for the allotted asked price for it, which would, kind of what I've already kind of broke down in saying, which I can re-email, I guess, the prices from before. And that's also probably why I got mixed up, because last year I provided numbers and I wasn't sure if I needed to provide again because it hasn't happened. We are already booked for coming up for April. We're just waiting to get past this one to kind of see all the new added and changes to just kind of adjust, because this is the first one in this area.
Okay, good deal. Well, at this point, let's go to your next one, Comic Con.
Yes.
And you've already hosted one.
Yes.
From last year's one.
Yes, we did not. We did the Comic-Con, happened in July,
Where did you host that at?
Cross Ties.
I'm not seeing a budget for that either. Is that a mistake?
No, it's the second, it's number 22. Well, how was the turnout on that?
Okay.
We had around 400 people across 2 days. We even did a free event day before, just out in the street.
Okay.
And hotel rooms that we used during that time was Holiday Inn Express, Best Western, and Hampton Inn, all on the Arkansas side.
It's right here.
Which we had for our for attendees and fans, and for our guests that I provided, bringing them out and flying them out from places of Nashville, Tennessee, Phoenix, Arizona. Most drove in from Dallas, Texas, Little Rock.
Okay. And then you also have, since we're talking about all of them, the wrestling, how did that turn out last year?
The
Or this year?
the wrestling.
We're doing HypeCon right now, or
Oh,
HypeCon,
okay.
right?
We're still on HypeCon.
So,
Comic-Con.
Comic-Con, last year, your request was for 35,000.
Yes.
So what did we get for our 35, or what did we end up awarding? 15?
15.
So for 15,000, the Comic-Con that you held in July, tell me about that one.
So we brought in around 400 people. We used the hotel rooms that I've stated from Best Western Plus, Holiday Inn Express, and the Hampton Inn.
So your projected attendance was 3,000.
Yes.
So where did,
So that wasn't the original date. We only got, because of the changing of ownership of Cross Ties, I was only able to promote the event within less than 2 months. But we've already have a planned date already for May of next year that gives me plenty of time for booking and for better planning. The original date, we never could do the original date. It was just a mix-up of, like, they had a manager and left, my paperwork went through, it was a whole hassle between mix-up of management and me trying to confirm the date.
so what was the original date that you wanted to hold the event?
The original date was end of May, beginning of June. I always want to do around graduation times.
Okay. So you think summer affected that?
Yes. Yes. Very much so. Well, not only just summer, I did Town Square Media and promoted, but Town Square Media has their own Comic-Con in Shreveport, which a lot of people got confused if it was my event promoted or their event promoted.
So moving forward, have you been able to distinguish some type of method for your advertising so that there's no confusion? I mean,
Well,
have you-
having dates kind of, that's why I had the allotted date, because the date of May of that time, there's not many events that I've seen around this area in May and beginning of June that, especially Comic-Con wise, that's not really around. It's a time around where people come in during graduation time and kids graduate, and it's kind of like an event for bringing families together for perfect time. And I've based that off of other events that are in the spring that are successful.
You say Shreveport hosts something very
Yes,
similar?
DCon, which is promoted by Town Square Media.
And when did they hold theirs?
They held theirs August. I think it was 3 weeks after mine or 2 weeks after mine.
All right.
So on your financial statements, you've got the same one from 2022. Do you have anything from 23?
For the Comic-Con, what was the?
Your financial statement.
You submitted one for 2022, the same one that you submitted last year. He's asking if you have a current 2023 financial statement that should be included.
That should have been in there.
The one we've got is from 22. It's the same one that you gave us last year.
It should have been a financial statement from there from.
So what are your projections?
Still aiming to have the full allotted time that I wanted originally, which is always like a 6 months plan out and promoting scale, is the planned projections that I aim to have for the next one coming up next year. Which more of anything else, I felt like the time and the lack of time to promote an event of that size, flying people in from Arizona and from Nashville, Tennessee, and grabbing bigger names, I feel affected because I couldn't reach out to grab the people that needed outside to come inside for town. That was the whole thing, was I didn't feel like it was enough time for everybody to know about the event.
So what do you mean, not enough time?
Well, this one, we started promoting it at the beginning of June, and it happened around the middle of July. So we didn't have.
So why did you promote it only at the beginning of June?
That was the mix-up we had with Cross Ties and them leaving management, switching hands of ownerships, and it was just a very confusing time on both hands, as in I submitted I've applied to try and have my event there, and it took about 6 months since January all the way up till June for them to approve.
Couldn't you have had it somewhere else?
Everybody's dates, by the time that I waited to move on from Cross Ties, every other place that I could have it in a timely manner was taken. That's why the dates, even for the tattoo event, like at Cross Ties, most events were kind of booked up. And this is for on the Arkansas side, to hold for an event that I had video games, cosplay, wrestling, a bunch of different games and activities and different vendors of that magnitude for there. The only other place I could have it was the convention center, which was booked at the time that they told me.
All right.
I have one more question, and this is just comparing last year to this year and trying to get some understanding. So last year, the requested amount was 35.7 with a projected attendance of 3,000.
Yes.
400 people showed up.
Yes.
This year, you're asking for 60,000, which
Yes.
is almost double.
Yes.
And you're only anticipating 750 people.
I should be expecting 3,000 people.
750 is what I've got here.
That's what I have too.
Well, that's a mix-up on paperwork. I'm sorry, my secretary essentially misplaced numbers on the paperwork, because that should be projected for 3,000 for that one.
All right, 3,000 and not 725? Okay.
And then your projected date on your pictures here are July 20th and 21st. Were these flyers from this year? This was from
Yes.
this? Okay, that's just
Yes.
examples.
Yes,
from
it
this
is.
last year. Okay.
Oh, good, okay, the flyers are there, yes. Those are, yes.
All right, Mr. Darby, we're going to move on from Comic Con on to the third section here to Hype and Glory Wrestling.
Yes, sir. So for the wrestling, which, because of mix-ups and everything else, I have the video on my phone, but I couldn't been able, because the size was too big, and to condense it, and finally to get it to condense, couldn't show the intro video for the TV show that will debut in 2025 for the wrestling show. Which, if I have it on my phone to show, if you guys would allow me to show you the intro video for it and for the quality of it.
Why don't you just explain it to us?
Okay. Well, right now we use the Park and Rec Center for the wrestling show. We average around 150 to 200 people on a show for this year that we've been averaging.
How many people?
Between 150 to 200.
And these are all done at the rec center, correct?
Yes, sir. And we have been, the hotels we use is the Hampton Inn and the Best Western Plus for them, bringing in people from Oklahoma, from Dallas, from Boston, just different quality of wrestlers. We've already brought in 3 wrestlers that have already have been shown and seen on national television.
how many of your attendees are, because you've got out-of-town attendants, wrestling fans, family members, friends, how many of your out-of-town people are directly connected to the wrestlers that are participating in the event?
There is no local, there is, right, other than probably my champion, there is no local wrestlers from Texarkana.
No, not from
Oh.
Texarkana. So if you have everybody coming from, Shreveport, and they bring their families, when you're counting your attendance numbers, how many of those in attendance are the families of the wrestlers that have come in out of town that are essentially being paid to be there?
We're bringing around 20 to 30 consistently coming from the Arkadelphia area and from the Marshall, Texas area.
Okay.
And you have here stated for your social media that you're averaging about 5,000 views, is that?
Yes, for an amount of videos and promotion that we are consistently pumping out on a daily.
Hey, tell us about your talent scout and promoters, your talent scouts and promoters.
Yes.
Are they in attendance, or they just watch it online, or how's it?
The talent scouts and promoters.
Yes.
I bring in different people coming by, and they've been part of the show. They come support the show, and they do come and watch the show and attend.
So are these pictures actual people that have been to your wrestling?
Yes, every person has been to my wrestling show. These are the pictures.
No. Not my type.
All right, are there any more questions for
So, and the
HyperCon?
attendance was 150 to 200.
Yes.
The projected for last year was 300 per event.
So talking to Adam of the Park and Rec, I can't actually hold more than 300 people in that building. Actually, I probably only can hold 250 because it doesn't have a water sprinkler system. Last year, I was not aware of that.
What's max capacity?
300 people. That's what was told to me,
So 300 would be maxed out at the rec center.
not including my wrestlers. So if I brought wrestlers, my crew, my film crew, everybody there, I would probably only hit around 250.
Okay.
And before a fire marshal shows up and shuts it down.
And so your request, again, is twice what it was last year?
Because this is the, for the, like, that's why I wanted the video for the wrestling TV show, that we've already have a deal for it, which I think it has the number on there for the first 3 months for KTLA to show it on TV.
Okay. Have you aired a broadcast before?
Yes. You, with, at KLFI.
And do you know what the viewership is for that?
For KLFI?
Or for your show?
I could, for my viewership for my show, I mean, I can ask, that wouldn't be hard for me to get the numbers on what was the viewership from KLFI, but I know from KTLA is a bigger station, and that's something that I will still use KLFI, but now within talks with them and using for promoting, we plan to show that on that station as well. So knowing for the viewership and time, I'm not sure, but those are easy numbers to get from the TV station.
And do you know what your revenue off of these events were?
That should be in the statement if it's not there.
From 22? Because that's all I have.
It was not a financial statement at all for that in there?
No.
It's
You
not
didn't
the second
prepare
one.
these?
My secretary prepared it.
Okay.
Are there any more questions?
No.
Thanks, Mr. Darby.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Big Dam Water Park. I think the kids at the middle school, they're having fun with that right now. Yeah, my daughter's 8th graders.
Hey, it's great to see you guys. Thanks for having me here. I'm Johnny Blevins, P23 Consulting and Management, Big Dam Water Park. And my goal, I want to give you a recap on what we did with what we talked about last year after we took over whatever the Springs was that we didn't want to hear about,
Yeah.
Holiday Springs. And then also my ask is that we continue what has already been approved for the ongoing for the water park, but that you would get what you were expecting out of that. So, give you a quick update on what we did. As you know, we took over the park as a management company. We didn't get it until February, and we spent about $1 million in renovation and updating in that park in that amount of time. We also spent over $300,000 in just advertising to get people to come to Texarkana, Arkansas. And so with that, I just went white.
Excel's not responding right now, I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll sing and dance until it gets there. So, got some great pictures of what we've done from a renovation standpoint, gone through and taken care of all the slides that were not being taken care of, refinished all of those, replaced all the motors. I think I'm going to get it. And this is a lot of fun for me to talk about from a Texarkana standpoint. I just got back yesterday. I'm on the board of the Texas Tourism Association, and so travel and tourism is something that we spend a lot of time with in Texas. I'm excited about doing it here in Arkansas where we do it as well. This is the park that was out there as Holiday Springs, and just a lot of the lack of attention to a facility that we wanted to address, first of all, when we got there. Some of the pools, some of the slides that you would see that are not something that would attract people to this community. And so we took that time very, very quickly, but we changed it from Holiday Springs and the attention and the thought process that was going with that for the last several years, and changed it into Big Dam Water Park, really playing off the Big Dam Bridge, but also just having a lot of fun also with nature and Benny the Beaver there. The renovation turned out just great, in my opinion. You can see a lot of you guys have been out there this summer, but you can see the difference of the slides. They've all been refinished. All the pools were refinished. The filtration was updated. The kids area was redone. And of course, we have Benny out there welcoming a lot of the kids and things like that as well. We played off of the Falk Monster there, and we made one of the slides called the Falk Monster. You could see our artist came in, built a Bigfoot Falk Monster kind of replica there. And then we also have a Magic Memories photo that catches your photo with that and puts Big Dam Water Park, Texarkana, Arkansas on every photo that's there, and they go to their phones and things like that as folks are traveling to do that. A lot of updates in the landscaping and everything around that park. So what did that do to bring people into Texarkana? First of all, I'm not going to read all those, but it's just great to get the good feedback from the community and those that are visiting instead of the feedback that you probably have seen the last few years for that facility. So we're very excited about that. Attendance this year, we over doubled what was there. We did over 52,000 people this year at the park, which is more than double what it had been in the past. That 1,451 is the highest single-day attendance at the park. 1,451 people in one day. I think our attendance would probably have been closer to the 65,000 range if July wasn't as wet as it was. As all you guys know, everybody's grass was still looking good in July, which is not what I want to see. From a water park standpoint, I want everybody's grass dead by the end of July, so we know that we've had a good dry summer. Season passes, we sold a little over 5,000 Big Dam season passes. And that's a mix of our Big Dam Season Pass and our Little Dam Season Pass, which kind of has some different benefits depending on what you buy. But over 5,000 season passes, which people are coming and enjoying the park quite a bit. Impressions for the water park and for what we've been doing. We've had over 1 million or just under 1 million total impressions on our social media, and that's just in 5 months from May to September. And so people are hitting that website. They're seeing, Texarkana, Arkansas, seeing what we're doing there. We have over 7,000 Facebook followers, and those independent impressions, that almost 1 million impressions there. Where are our website visits coming from? I was surprised to see that more of them are coming from the Dallas area than in Texarkana. So it's exciting to see how much impression we're making out there outside of Texarkana. I'll show you a heat map in just a second of what that looks like. But you can see New Boston, Houston, Chicago, Little Rock, and of course Texarkana is the number 2. But there's a lot of folks that are hitting our website from all over the place. Where are our visitors coming from? Of course, Texarkana, Texas, Texarkana, Arkansas, but as you can see also surrounding area, a little over an hour out is our bread and butter, but we're having people from Houston, we're having people from Memphis, we're having people from Oklahoma City, and of course the Dallas area as well. Folks are coming here and we know that they're spending some time, some money. We've worked with a lot of the hotels in the area to do ticket programs, stay and play programs. We want to expand that. Of course, getting the water park at this late in the game as we did last year, it's hard to really do that, but we're already working on that even more this year, so we're excited to expand that. And I am going very fast to try to get to 5 minutes, so it's hard for me to do that. We had 7 radio interviews, 3 TV interviews. We had a lot of articles written on it. And then, of course, we spent over $300,000 in marketing to get people to understand what's happening in Texarkana, Arkansas, to get folks here. I just came back from the World Water Park Association. I wanted you guys to see this. I brought you a magazine. But we were featured. We didn't get the cover of the magazine. That was from a water park in Bali. So Texarkana does not outrank Bali yet. But we were featured, Big Dam Water Park, and it's called Foreclosure to Fantastic. And that's featured in the World Water Park Association magazine that just came out this week. And we did win the best email campaign for any water park in the world under 100,000 visitors. And so we got that for us this year as well for Big Dam Water Park. So we're super excited about the impacts that we've been able to make in just a few months. We started our group campaigns, admissions. We upgraded food and beverage. As you can see, the pictures of the kitchen that were in there at the beginning, we just ripped that completely out of all the kitchens, redid all of that, improved retail. We added cabana service, different places for people to be able to rent and have a private space and also have service out there at the cabanas. And then what that created was beginning this premium experience where people are expecting and getting something completely different out there than they used to. This is a video. I would love for you guys to see it. I know we don't have time to do that. It's about 5 minutes, but it is a sizzle reel for a potential TV show that we're working on that is starts with this one. If you guys would like to see it, love to play it, but also know you've got a time limit. So be happy to answer any questions.
I'm interested, but.
Yes. I can send you the link and you can watch it some other time, but it's a great video that it's, if you haven't seen it at all, it takes from when we went to see what it looked like at the beginning. Our production crew was out there videoing all the comments, all the things. Think of any, reality TV show that you've seen before. It's like that. We call it H2 overhaul because we took the entire park and overhauled it. We thought about calling it Pit My Slide, but that probably didn't work as well, so we just went with H2 Overhaul. But it goes through and then it shows what happens once we did it, and then the interviews from a lot of folks that are at the park and talking about how much better it is and how much they enjoy it and things like that. So that will roll into some of the other things that we're working on.
Good deal.
I would have watched Pimp My Slide.
Yeah, exactly. It was a good one too.
Looked like you're off to a great start.
We're starting. We're looking forward to it. This year, we've already opened up for school visits and preseason events that we didn't get a chance to do because we were redoing it right up until Memorial Day weekend. But we opened Memorial Day like we said we would, like I told you guys we would. We stayed till Labor Day. Of course, you go back to weekends when school starts, the early August, but we stayed weekends through Labor Day like we said. And so this year, we're going to be able to have some preseason events, more company events and things like that too.
Good deal. A lot of capital improvements really look good.
Thank you. Yeah. We're excited about it.
It's nice.
It's good.
And y'all literally from October to May, y'all are out there constantly. So, doing good. So what do you plan on for 2025?
Well, we're going to be doing our preseason events that we didn't get a chance to do. We're building off of the groups that we did have this year because a lot of folks were used to what it used to look like and they weren't coming. And so we had to prove ourselves a little bit. On the video, or the slide that had the season pass sales, we've got the Big Dam Pass, the Little Dam Pass. We also had Salute Our Heroes, which we are about the only company that provides free season passes to active police and fire. Free.
Really?
So we did about 500 of those as well. And then there were a couple of hundred folks that bought a ticket that then traded up to a season pass because they weren't going to buy a season pass for what they've seen in the past, but once they came out there after
Yeah.
what we did, they transitioned that into. So we'll be doing that. What I'd like to do also is visit with you guys and maybe some of the folks that have been presenting in here to see how we could work together to create, some of those concert opportunities or some of that music and things, because I really would like to see how we can turn that hotel strip around there and the water park into a place to have some festivals in that entire,
Right.
It's almost a place where you could block off the streets, have folks come to the hotels, food trucks in the streets, vendors, fireworks coming to the water park. So I'd like to see what we might could do Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day,
Yeah.
some of those things throughout the summer. So I'm open to hearing what you guys would like to do, at some other time, maybe not today, but come back and just kind of brainstorm with what's out there that we could do to help that.
Yeah.
I think that's a
Yeah,
great.
interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. All right, does anyone else have any questions?
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Awesome, thanks. Next, we have partnership for the pathway, Run the Line.
All right, so I'm Brandon Ayers. I'm the president of Partnership for the Pathway, and I'll just do a quick update on the Run the Line half marathon. So this year's it's scheduled for February 16th. Just a few images here. So it starts over on the Texas side, right there in front of Silver Moon. Moves across both states. Of course, our big deal is the one half marathon in 2 great states. So this is just some stats from this past year. We had 500 runners registered, 14 different states. Also, I think we had at least one from Mexico. So we're talking hundreds of runners coming to town, plus their families, stay in our hotels, purchase meals, shop at stores, buy gas. And you can kind of see a history of the number of runners along the bottom there. Up to as high as almost 800, but typically closer to 500 to 600. So I guess it's not in full screen mode, but anyway, yeah. So again, one race, 2 great states. Lots of people, lots of fun. If you're ever out there to see on the course, lots of energy out there. And so we are a serious half marathon. We are USATF certified, or we're in the we have been accepted in the Arkansas Grand Prix Series. We're accepted almost every year. Also part of the Road Runner Club of America. And part of all that, they require you to have all the proper insurance, everything you need in order to be in that level of accepted event. Also, we've been doing this for, I think, about 17 years too. 16 or 17, obviously we missed the year after COVID. But your commission has given us over $85,000 over the years. And the kind of things the partnership does with that money, well, we do cash match for grants, that kind of thing. So if you think about the Nix Creek Trail, that's actually part of the course. That's one of the first things they run on. They run the full length of the Nix Creek Trail as part of the run. But that's one of those pathways in the Texarkana, Arkansas that we've helped fund years ago. We've met recently with the city engineer about the next phase of another path on the Arkansas side. So once the quote gets estimated there, we'll be able to, we'll have money set aside to help continue to build trails on the Arkansas side.
Where would that new trail be? Like connect to Nix Creek, or is that something?
It'll be south of the tracks. I want to say we were on Seifert Street going towards Oates. There's a couple different options he's looking at, but once he gets the path settled, he's going to have to get in the the right-of-way with the landowners and that kind of thing. Once he gets that settled, then we'll be able to he'll get a quote, and we'll be able to put that funds in for the matching grant.
Good deal. A lot of citizens call in about the running trail a lot. They use it a lot. And what we're receiving a lot is that about lighting out there so they can, when they get off work in the evening time, to be able to have some lighting. Yeah. But that's something, that can be looked at in the future.
So, yeah, that is something you're interested in, getting lighting out there?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, we try to work with the city as much as we can on those type of things, so. And the city works with us, so on Nix Creek Trail, for example, that's a nice blacktop, but over the course of a year, you'll have roots that kind of push it up and and we know that's going to be a big problem for runners, but every year the city comes through and takes care of smoothing it all out and getting ready for the race, so we always get a lot of good reviews from runners, like I showed you, from all over the country that come, so that's, and of course, we finish in Arkansas, right here across from Hopkins Ice House, and if you ever get a chance to come down there that Sunday morning, it's a big event, lots of people, lots of food. See Hopkins is just packed with people too. So that's what I've got there. Any questions?
I helped stop traffic last year as the runners were coming across 12th and 18th.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a lot of fun watching them come through, and they're dressed up, and some of them are wearing tutus and rubber chickens and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we've got some of our pacers and some of our regular runners, they really get into it, so it's a fun event.
All right, there's no other questions. Thanks, Brandon.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Texarkana College, Texarkana Airport, Air Show. Good.
All right, my name's Brandon Sanders. I'm the Director of Aviation for Texarkana College. We're putting on an air show in 2026. You can go to the next slide. I'll have some brief slides. Yeah, keep going. That's kind of where we're at. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. There you go, stop right there. This is a version 1 of the show line that's recently changed. Essentially, like what we'll end up doing is we'll end up taking people in through our hangar, and they'll go out, which is kind of, if you can kind of hover the mouse over, you see where it is? There's a little flag on it. Yeah, keep going to the left right there. They'll come out, come down, and then into the flight line right there to see things. Now, why that's relevant is that it's more than just an air show. Whenever you come in, you'll have live music that'll be going on inside the hangar. You'll turn right. Champions Barbecue is going to host a semi-annual barbecue competition that goes down that whole run. So when you come in, it's like a full sensory experience. You have music. You got we're projecting about 50 teams competing right there, and then they'll come on to an air show. We're asking you guys to pony up $50,000 for advertising. I can go down the numbers if you're curious about it. The whole cost of the project is about $288,000. We've got about a third of that raised through private. Another third will come through selling tickets and VIP chalets, which we'll get to eat the barbecue that the guys produce, as well as they'll get race bibs for the race that'll happen that morning as well. I kind of glanced over that part. So anyways, that's it. Now, all of the marketing will be oriented out of market, specifically targeting the DFW market. The college is not necessarily trying to make money at this whole thing, even though we want to make enough money to keep it going year on, year out. For us, it's a marketing event in and of itself. So what we'll do is we'll take digitally and start to basically build a marketing gun and aim it towards the DFW market to try to recruit students out of that market to come to Texarkana. You're looking at about $75,000 that will end up going to performers themselves, all of which are part of Schultz air shows that travel around all over the place. We're currently templated. You might even, if you scroll down, Laura, keep going, keep going. I should have put that one up. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Right there. So that's kind of like what Schultz Air Shows, our consultant, has projected us as a timeline for the day and the different acts that he regularly works with. Now, we have we've been approved by the FAA and the DOD to use DOD assets, but we're kind of constrained with the way the airport's set up, so we can't use like F-35s, F-16s, that sort of thing. But we can do A-10s, B-52s, big jets and things like that. So that helps us, so that way it cuts the cost down a little bit, because we don't have to pay for DOD assets. We just have to pay for performers themselves. Now, for kind of a history piece of this, Texarkana used to have an air show up until the 90s. And if you go back and start looking through the news articles and stuff, it would say like thousands came and thousands came. So whenever we asked the consultant how much is he think that he can actually get to this air show, he's looking at like, for your market, first air show, probably 20 to 25,000. And so I was like, I don't know if it's a lot or not. I'm just a mechanic at the end of the day. And so like I started, asking around. Well, the wine festival brings in about 15. They don't have near the same sort of like cultish-like appeal that airplanes do, especially these types of acts, and especially with the kind of marketing budget that we're going after. Yes, but pending your questions, that's what I got for you.
And just to be clear, the
Yeah.
start date for this?
So the start date is June of 2026, but the air shows per the FAA has to be on a 2-year planning cycle. So we notify them, it goes through a full year, we're at the end of that, and then we have to spend all of our money for all of this inside of 2025. So the actual event will hit in 2026, but we have to have the check signed and out the door by December of 2025.
The majority of your advertising be digital, is that?
Correct. There's a breakdown budget in there. We'll have some that will be local for like billboards and things like that, and we'll have a pretty robust appeal because we're a college. We'll be going after kids, so we'll print off tickets and deliver it to places like Amity, Arkansas, or Magnolia, these small schools that don't ever get touched by anybody. I'll hand deliver those things out there and do presentations for them myself. But everything else, the big chunk of the money will be SEO, OTC, that we talk about like over-the-top advertising, and a lot of social media marketing, specifically towards YouTube, because whenever you start breaking down the latest Pew data, there's like who it becomes like an aircraft mechanic, and then you start looking at what type of media do they consume and on what platform. It's almost exclusively YouTube. But if you Google Texarkana and YouTube, you get like last night's fight outside of like Hopkins or whatever, so there is a influencer that I'll work with intermittently that lives local, has about 500,000 followers on Instagram, about that on YouTube, and he's agreed to do like an hour-long piece kind of leading up to the air show, and then on to my plan is to throw him out of an airplane at the end of it and let him live stream it all with one of the acts. And then there's breakdowns of all the different other people there. So he kind of hits the travel market, which is really what we're kind of going after. There's also Nicole Holes that's on there. She's homeschoolers, much smaller following, but they have in any social media following, you have a quantity-quality kind of dynamic. You can have a big quantity and big follower count, big vanity count, but if they don't follow through with what you want them to do, what are they really worth? Nicole's Willie's is like huge, and so we're going to shoot a big pattern out there to get a lot of people to come in. Nicole's they're going to go a lot smaller, but they're much more likely to convert whenever they actually do what we want them to do. So it's a good idea to have two different ones side by side as you go. Any other questions? Right.
So you've not done one before?
No, and that's part of the reason we're coming to you, because we are kind of going around town trying to get enough money to get the first one going. Once we have the first one going, we're projecting to be able to sustain it on. These are typically used as fundraisers, so they'll basically fund themselves and then some other event.
Are you going to bring in like a consultant that?
Yeah, his name is Schultz, Will Schultz. Yeah.
So
Yeah, so basically our job is to run the marketing piece and on the ground. His job is to be the air boss and run this side of it. So so I won't be there on the radio being then going to see why the last Porta-John overflowed or whatever.
Where are we going to park 15,000 people?
So actually, I wish Lisa was still here, but we already have an agreement with 4 states to people or cars. Which one? Cars. So cars is going to be at 4 states. So there's a gradation of parking. We'll use our parking lot at the school for our VIP chalet people. Obviously, they're going to get premier parking because they gave us a lot of money. Then as you kind of step out geographically, you end up hitting different parking lots on the airport itself, which is premium parking. Then everybody else will end up getting bused from 4 States Fairground over to us and just dropped off at our doorstep and off they go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like you already got it planned out.
Yeah, this is an ongoing drama fest in my life, and so.
Good deal. Are there any more questions? All right.
No,
All right.
I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, where is that?
We do have
Hello?
one late applicant. As you guys know, you would need to make a motion to hear why they were late, and then you would need to make a motion and unanimously approve to hear their funding request.
Do we have that packet?
We were not provided with the packet, but I believe, Ms. Grady? we have-
Are they here?
Okay, she has it.
All right, is there a motion on the floor to hear why they was late?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All right, it's been motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carried.
You can
Yes.
come forward.
And so
Yes.
at this time, Ms. Grady, we will need you to come forward and make your presentation. Wait a minute.
You need to-
Laura?
Yes, sir, you need to
I
hear
think-
why they were late first.
Right, right.
And then you would make the motion to hear the
Right.
presentation.
Thank you. I
Yes,
was
sir.
just, first we'll need to hear why you was late, and then we'll go into the next section.
I did a submission with the city for a partnership for another situation, and I got my deadlines mixed up.
So did the city not do it? Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure.
Oh, no, we actually entered with the RFQ for the promoter/promotion for Front Street Plaza. And so the deadline for that was last week. And I got confused on the deadline for A&P paperwork because I thought they was combined together. And they're two different entities.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like, go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead,
they've waited
finish.
this long, so I'll make a motion that we hear them.
Second.
All right, it's been motion and second.
That's my,
All in favor, say aye.
oh, no, no.
Nay.
All right.
I mean, it's a month old. It's over a month,
Mhm.
you know.
All right,
I mean, but y'all can go ahead and I'll just withdraw my.
all right, yeah. It's
Well, we're
been,
gonna
it's
have
been,
unanimous.
Yeah, it has to be unanimous.
Yeah.
I mean,
They-
it's fine either way.
They've been waiting for 4 hours.
Yeah, just give them a chance.
okay, roll call, please.
Van Graff,
No.
Wright? Yes. Brewer?
Yes.
Mills?
Yes.
Holly Bush?
Yes.
But it has to be unanimous, so it's a no.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
being that we have to be unanimous,
Yeah,
sorry.
we ready for paperwork. Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, we ready.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have ended the 2025 funding request. We would need to take a break so we can get the spreadsheets from you guys and come up with some numbers.
Okay.
All right, at this time, we're going to submit the spreadsheets for your tally, and we will continue with the agenda. You guys got yours. You said you were gonna take a break. I briefly remembered while you was telling me, we continued with
What we did last year, we continued the meeting with the tally.
yeah, you just go ahead and keep plugging in the numbers.
It's ready.
All right, this is the process that we're at this time. All the spreadsheets have been submitted. Those spreadsheets will be tallied up on the average. And in the meantime, we will continue with our agenda. And next on our agenda is the delinquent A&P taxes. Those are in your package. Let's kind of take a look at those. Does everyone see those delinquent
Hold on
taxes?
one second. I lost mine somewhere in the. I got it right here. So on the, there's a couple on there, the Forge TXK, I'm pretty sure they're no longer doing business in Texarkana.
There's a few, or at least a couple.
And there was Razor Dogs also, and I don't think that they're doing business in Texarkana either.
Is it Razor Dogs?
I don't know if they still have a license here. Or,
Well, I've reached out to the owner to get the status of that business, because I'm with you.
yeah,
And I haven't heard back from him yet, but I should know
okay.
pretty soon. And I don't know if there's a process by which a business who no longer does business would have to contact the city.
A lot of times they just shut down.
Well,
Because we don't have any business license.
Right.
And I know, we've talked about that before in here, and I've talked to Josh as well. And so we're looking at, creating an ordinance that we would be able to issue business licenses, and it would have to be for every business, but it would be a way to hold people accountable
Yeah.
for their A&P taxes.
Leverage, yes.
And it also gives us recourse for people with code violations. So, there's kind of two benefits to it there.
For people that don't pay their A&P tax.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, on the list here has Ritz Motel, says they're dissolved. Are they no longer in business as well?
Which one?
Ritz Motel?
We send them, well, I don't know. I haven't,
He came into the office and he called us some state number, and she told me that was no longer a registered business until they brought it off.
Oh,
Since 2017.
Secretary of State.
well, that doesn't mean they're not operating and collecting taxes under the Ritz.
Gotcha.
That's on Broad Street, correct? Is that where that is?
Yeah,
I
on
think
60,
it's something
yeah.
else.
67,
There's people that, I drive by it twice a day, and there's people that are out there.
right. And whether they are operating now, they still owe from October through December 2023 and January through whenever they
They're probably going to
stop.
claim tax exemption because no one leaves there probably.
Right.
They're going to say that it's been the same person.
But he can contact me, or he's gonna get a letter regardless, so he can contact me.
Van de Graaff, say that again, about the tax
So
exemption.
if you stay over 30 days, on the 31st day, you become tax exempt. So the guest does not have to pay taxes, city or state.
Gotcha.
And that's Texas and Arkansas side. So if we have a guest that says, and we have them 6 months, on a cruise, and he'll say, I'm gonna be here 6 months, that's his pretty much his contract that says, I'm tax exempt, because he'll sign off on it and everything. And so you qualify for tax exemption, it's considered temporary permanent housing
Okay.
in the hotel world.
So have we not gotten any feedback from the Forge and Yummy's Donut and the Golden Lady?
No, or at least they don't contact me. But what I plan to do is following up on, or actually filing contempt on these businesses for them not filing a schedule of assets that they're required to do after we file everything. So that's not necessarily, it's not suspending their business license. A&P's really not doing anything. It's more of a procedural legal contempt. Whenever there's a lien filed or anything filed like that, back taxes owed, one of these businesses who never pays their A&P taxes would have to file a schedule of assets, list everything that the company owns, debts, assets, liabilities, things like that. And if they don't do it, they're liable for contempt. So that's a way to at least, and I've changed the language that we send, when we send letters and notices to these businesses. If they're a payment plan, we can work out something. If y'all want to start, if you think the debt is astronomical, it's too big to even begin to pay, it's not. And but haven't heard anything from anyone.
No feedback.
No.
Here's one. Well, I hate it. I love their ticket.
Where's the Forge located? What type of
Food truck.
food truck?
Where is the Turkey Leg place?
Next to, right down the road from Fat Jack's.
Is it
And
right
that-
there
and
by
that-
Reggie's and that? is
It
that
used
the
to be
same?
BJ's Liquor.
Okay.
What's the name of it?
Red
Fall-
Stalkers, Falls Upon Turkey Leg,
There's pretty good turkey.
Betrothed Lounge. There.
I don't see that on the list.
It's right in front of Shipley's, or before Shipley's.
Well, Shipley's hasn't paid some sales.
They're not.
I think I have a sheet missing. Oh, it's on the back.
So do you need a motion to accept the report, or we just go over it?
No motion required.
This is general discussion, and thanks for the plans of actions, the tentative plans of action that we may be able to get some traction on some of these businesses that's actually collecting these taxes and not paying them in. Well, that concludes the conversation for the discussion for delinquent A&P taxes. Is there any other business that's, any other unreadiness we need to discuss?
I will say, Tamika made mention of it, the RFQ. We have put out a request for qualifications for someone to run the Front Street Festival Plaza. And we've had a couple of people apply, so we may reopen that to see if we get some more qualified candidates to, just have some more options there. But we haven't interviewed either of those candidates yet, so we may have an operator for Festival Plaza in the near future. And I imagine at some point, whoever that is would need some A&P funds to do festivals and concerts and have,
Yeah, they,
provide us with a calendar for the year.
I think that's great.
That's good. Well, at this time, I think we'll take a break and wait till the numbers are compiled, and we'll announce the numbers, and then we'll come back in for adjournment.
stretch my legs.
She's doing the food festival at Bobby Ferguson with the hot air balloons. And so I hope that she's still able to do that.
That's a shame.
So it's a super majority,
Yes.
3/4 like the city does. So there's- That thing is only one person.
Do we need to bring that up today, talk on the next agenda?
Put it on the next agenda to bring up the.
Yes.
Our workshop in
Does
January.
that have to be unanimous though? To do the bylaws, would that be unanimous? Surely not.
We do need to get it on the agenda for our next meeting.
So we want to talk about, because when we talked about changing the way we fund things and looking at doing a workshop, we want to go ahead and schedule a workshop for January with that meeting and look at the bylaws and. Well, a workshop's a little different. Meetings are very formal and on the record. Workshop is to discuss possibilities. What
That
depends
would be
on,
nice if we could.
are we just talking about changing one bylaw, or are we talking about changing the way we fund things? Because that's what I'm talking about.
That's a totally different animal within itself, how we fund, because you talk about really changing the bylaws and trying to make sure that they somewhat not go too far away from the statutes. It's real.
Well, the statutes are pretty vague, and we have shrunk them down to this grant funding operation. If we had, that's why I'm proposing a workshop.
If we could get it done in one meeting, why wouldn't we?
I mean, that's,
I mean, I don't know, but maybe I don't understand.
so I think there's a lot of, well, I've been doing that. But what I'm saying is, because we have, instead of, I said this all at the last meeting in July, to talk about, and nobody wanted to move too quickly. But what I'm saying is, we need to do this either before January or in January, so that by the time October comes around, people understand, hey, we're not accepting any requests this year, we're only accepting requests up to this amount, whatever it ends up being, and we're gonna take our money, our taxpayer funds, and we're gonna discuss skate park, or we're gonna build a new attraction at the water, or we're gonna build, a home for the Texarkana Rhinos so they can go to Arkansas lives. Well, it's like when we have our budget workshops,
Is that our next meeting, January? Right, yeah.
just set our schedule for next year. Is it still on Wednesdays?
Wednesdays. I think so. There you go. Where y'all staying? Right down the idea. There you go. Yeah. Smart guy. Oh, there's the numbers, yep. I got you. I'll call you. Say, hey, we've only got some properties.
They would normally put it up on the screen.
I have old eyes.
We can make it bigger, but we was trying to make it smaller.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to do that so I can just,
All right, we'll,
can I make a statement? On Forest State Spirit, they requested 55,000
Did they? Okay,
on their application.
okay. Well, so you're gonna bring that, but, intense.
Huh?
Yeah. We fixed theirs. You fixed theirs, okay, good. Okay. I think we need to add 5,000 to the Forest State amounts.
Do we get our sheets back? Because I was wanting to put the totals so I could keep that too.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
What is it?
Get our sheets back so we can,
I have mine from last year, but never remember.
it's hard to remember.
Thank you.
Being a year ago.
all right, let's go ahead and get this meeting started.
Hey, that needs to not be on the screen. Can we turn the screen off? It should only be the totals, it shouldn't have everybody's.
Yes.
All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. Time now,
6:15.
6:15.
we've been streaming the whole time, or are you cutting it between breaks?
I'm not cutting it between
Okay.
breaks. Since it's not really an executive session, I just keep it rolling.
All right, this time we've, all the averages have been totaled, and if you will, please read those off.
Okay, so for Fort States Fair, they requested 50,000. The average amount is, oh, I'm sorry, can you change it to 55?
The requested amount was 55?
Yeah,
Was
on
it?
their application, it said 55.
Okay,
Let's see.
on my sheet
Mine
it's
said
50.
Mine says 50.
Do we need to re-figure 4 states? We can move on and retally at the end if you like, for the 55.
I would like to make a statement. They bring in most of the occupancy tax. They bring in a ton, and it's only because I'm the hotel. Without them, we would.
I have a question about that. So if they're requesting for 55,000 and I put 50,000, thinking I was given the whole amount,
Yeah, that's
did
why I
it
was asking
average
if
it
you
down?
wanted to skip them and do them last, and I could gather your new numbers and add them in.
Yes, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay, sure thing.
Let's keep it moving.
So the airport, the regional airport, they requested $100,000. The average amount is $62,500.
I feel like they need more. It's the airport bringing in people that stay in hotels, that eat our food.
I disagree.
see, I did half this time. I did 50,000, based on the fact that they didn't spend the amount last year. And, you know, I would encourage them to ask for reallocation of last year's funds for whatever they don't spend to roll into next year. But
I did the same
we gave them
thing.
140, and they only spent 40 out of, you know, 10 or 9 of the 12 months.
Yes, I did the same thing, so I think they should be good at where they're at this point.
62.5?
Yeah.
62.5?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, we've got the track, TRAHC, and they have requested 15,000, and their average amount has been $11,100.
I'm good with that. No rebuttal from me on that. I think we,
Okay on that? Okay.
I'm good with that.
So then we've got the Scholars of Texarkana. They've requested 25,000. The average amount is $14,940.04.
I said we bumped that to 15,000 even.
15,000 even. I'm good with that.
Okay. Next, we've got the Ultimate Challenge Productions. They have requested 35,000, and their average is $4,750. $14,750.
So that's less than half of what they've requested.
What did they get last year?
Hold on, I can see that.
15.
And we can just move to even 15. Anyone object to that? We just move to even 15?
15 was last year's.
But I think was their request significantly higher this year? Or was it the same?
It was higher.
I think it's higher. They asked for 35.
What was their request last year?
30.
20?
Last year they asked for, oh, I don't remember, I have to look at that.
Okay, so on Main Street, Texarkana, we've set it on 15 for Ultimate, right? Okay.
Yes.
So on Main Street, Texarkana, they've requested $50,000. The average amount is $38,333.33.
Can we bump it to at least 40?
That's $700.
You guys go with
Leave
at
it
least? All right.
40,000?
I'm good with 40.
40?
Okay.
I think that's what they got last year.
For the Texarkana Parks and Recreation, they've requested $310,000. Average amount is $269,166.67.
So we bumped that to 270.
All right.
On the Texarkana Parks and Recreation Rec Center, they've requested $60,000, and the average amount is $59,166.67.
Bump it to 60.
On the Texarkana Chamber of Commerce, they have requested $14,000, and the average amount is $14,000.
That can't be right.
Why?
Because I didn't put 14,000.
Oh.
I'm sorry, my laptop died. But if you'll give me just 1 second.
If everybody else was 14,000, then I'm good with that.
Okay.
All right, keep it moving. We have 14,000.
Texarkana Chamber of Commerce Photographers Island, they requested $1,000 and they got $1,000.
All right.
On the Cross Ties Jazz Festival, they requested $106,000, and the average amount is $36,500.
Let's move it to
I was,
40.
honestly, I was zero on that, and I don't think that's a good investment.
I was zero also.
I was less. Zeros just really don't do anything at all.
Yeah.
When you put a zero down, it doesn't, it's like not voting.
Oh, is it?
So put a
Right.
penny on me.
I don't think we've done it that way before.
Well,
Because if 3 people are zero, then, or if 4 people are zero, that's the majority.
I don't remember it ever,
Any-
I don't recall ever using that type of format.
So
if,
zero should bring the average down. That's probably why you still had
But
14 for chamber.
But we're operating on an average basis and not just a quorum of who has zeros.
But it should still be divisible, like those zeros count in the average.
Yes, they do. They do. The zeros count on the average, but the zero's not the only factor that's in that line. So whatever the average is, I guess we can accept the average or bump it up or bump it down.
she's going to put a zero on me and see if it changes anything.
Okay.
I mean, a one.
That's just under the previous, that's what I was told
Mm-hmm.
after my first year, 5 years ago, and I was told by the chair and the vice chair not to put zeros because it didn't go in with the average.
Right.
But I mean,
That is correct, that's why. So do I just need to go everywhere where there's a zero, just put 1 cent?
well, I mean,
Zero.
that's really,
Zero,
Well, zero should still, I mean,
it's like you
zero-
didn't vote if you put a zero.
right. Just,
That's what
you
I
can
was
keep the
told. Don't
zero,
put a
but
zero 'cause
just,
it's like you're not even
just
voting.
average it accordingly to whatever the other
But
numbers
is
are.
it counting
Zeros.
each one, though? Is it
Well, that
counting
calls into
five?
question all the numbers.
I'm just, that's what I was
last
told
year,
4 or 5 years ago, and so that's why I never do a zero.
But if it changes it, if you put a penny, then something definitely is wrong.
Yeah, it does affect it quite a bit,
Okay.
so.
We might have to redo them if.
You want to
because
redo
if
all
we-
of them?
Yeah.
I don't,
And you thought we
You
were
got a
getting out of
playlist ready,
here.
Eric?
I mean, I didn't really understand at the
I
time.
think it's not
But
counting the
it's-
people who put a zero.
Yeah,
It's not
the formula's not
dividing.
accounting for zero, it's not adding it at
It's
all.
only
Well-
counting
It's
people that
dividing it
put.
by the number.
when you zero yourself out, I mean, that's like you're just not
It's like you're not
participating.
voting
You're not voting. You choosing not.
to give an amount.
Right.
So that's why
But
it
I'm
doesn't
given
go
the
in.
amount of zero.
Zero's
Right.
not really an amount, though.
I know.
So that's why
That means you're left out the average.
scientifically, it's not going to average
Yeah,
in.
you left out the average.
No,
And
but
and
you
that's what
should
we're,
count me as an average.
So So that means last year's numbers were probably off too.
Well, they've probably been that way. I mean, that's the order of business. That's what, it's been that way since I've been on the board.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's a public conversation we're having.
I don't think there's any confusion. When you're doing an average, you can only average it one way according to the numbers that you have. If your numbers are not there, it's not compiled in the average.
I know, because it's not.
And I don't think we are at any liberty here to try to create a bylaw or something to say that.
It's not, it's just.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't think
there's no
that-
bylaw that says
Right.
how this
Process.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just that we just take the average.
Divided by 5 instead of, I'm not counting
6.
the 5, I'm counting just 3 of y'all.
So an average of 4 people saying 100, and the average of 5 people, 4 of them saying 100, and 1 person saying 0 is not the same number.
Well, there's a number here that you're not seeing as well because
I was wrong.
Henry's, go ahead.
This is correct. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you divide it by 5 or 4 or 3.
Or 6,
I'm still
yeah.
coming up with the same number. That was my apologies.
All right, so what's the number?
I mean, I'm coming up with the same numbers on the average amount.
You said the other one was significantly lower.
I understand, but I divided it by 4 instead of by 5. That was my fault. Makes sense.
We
So
had-
for an example, on the scholars, there were 5 people who put an amount, and I accidentally divided it by 4 instead of by 5.
Okay,
So when I do divide it by 5, it does come out with the same amount.
okay,
So we're correct here,
all right,
minus 4 states. I'm sorry.
all right,
Do I keep going?
yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
I mean,
No, I mean, I hear what
I've
you're
done it
saying,
3 times to make sure this.
But you're dividing it by 5,
Yes.
correct?
1, 2.
It should be 6 unless someone,
Oh, Henry,
Henry, it should be
it
6.
should be 6.
What about Ms. Holmes?
Ms. Holmes,
She's not here.
she didn't vote,
But
she didn't put in,
Henry's here.
So we don't have to,
no.
So did you?
Henry,
Henry turned his in.
he turned his in right before he left, and so that would give us a number of 6.
6.
I could make a formula in that spreadsheet that
Yeah.
would be bulletproof. It'd take me 2 seconds
Oh, yeah, definitely.
if you need me to.
Yeah, I think.
Hold on, let her. Yeah, it's an Excel, too.
I mean, the formula's in here, I just need to make, I would need to make a exception if it's 0.
So you're saying that for the person that put, somebody.
Put a
put
penny
zero,
if
put a
someone
penny
put
there.
0.
Okay, so right here, put a penny?
That way it fills it or something, I don't know.
So that's what you're wanting, a penny instead of 0?
No, that's what she's saying. It won't count it if it's 0.
Yes. That is what is fixing it. If you put a penny, it changes the entire amount.
Then it's not the correct formula in the spreadsheet, because when you do a formula for a spreadsheet, you count the cells and then you divide them.
Yeah.
And a cell is 0 would go into the actual formula for that cell.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have the formula set up as the average of all the cells.
I
But
don't know.
are you putting 0 in, or are you leaving it blank?
I put zeros in, but now if I put the .01, then it is giving a different
Let's go
average.
with the penny,
Yeah.
because
It will,
I mean,
the
it's,
cell's not
something's
counted.
wrong with the formula.
If it's a 0.
This is so crazy.
Did you want to
Yeah.
look at it, Ms. Nelson?
Yes.
Do you teach?
I don't see why we would have to put the penny there.
because like, if you're 100 and I'm 0, the average of that is 50. It's not 100. It's not taking into account the 0, and it's given 100 because that's where it did on the chamber.
But if I'm allocating 0, that means that
I
I'm not
voted
asking
0.
for my point, for that.
You want
No,
the
if you,
fact that you want 0 to be included in that formula.
But in that formula, 0 is 0. You can't change that.
But if you divide it by two people, it's.
That's a
100.
discrete number. That 0 is 0. I mean, it's not a
But I'm just saying
continuous.
the formula's not, it's not, you know what I mean? The
Yeah, I
formula-
know what you mean, is that you all are trying to make continuous accounting discrete accounting, but it's not that. 0 is 0. I mean, if that's your pledge and that's what you want to allocate, 0, and we take that average, your average is not taken. I
Well, it
mean,
should be taken.
but-
Why not? Why
but-
wouldn't it
but-
be taken?
because that's what you pledge. You pledge 0, that's what you're
Yeah.
saying, that's what you want to
Yeah.
allocate.
But why wouldn't I be included?
You are included. You're just included as 0, and your numbers just don't exist because that's what you expect. And so now we take an average,
At all, then my vote doesn't count.
your vote
that.
does count.
Not for that one.
Average, if we're 6 people here, we have to take the average of the number of people here.
Yes, that's what they're trying to do, but that formula's not working. The
Okay.
formula.
Sounds like it wasn't recognizing a 0,
Yeah.
There you
just picking up a 0.
go.
Yeah.
Divided by 6.
It looks like we got it figured out.
Got the math whiz on it,
Good deal.
math teacher.
I'm glad she's over to my left. 'cause-
One second. Google it. That's what we can do. Okay.
Ms. Mills was correct. The average function in Excel does not
Account for zeros.
account for zeros.
It doesn't think zeros is as a number.
Correct. So what we've done is we have taken the sum and divided it by 6. Yes? Yes.
Yeah.
That's where it's supposed to do.
Talk to Bill Gates and get that fixed.
All the accounting I've ever done, that's the only way you can do it. All right, shall we continue?
Are we starting over? Because I feel like all these numbers are going to be a little bit different now.
Well, the only thing is going to be the 4 states numbers that you guys were going to resubmit. Everything else should be the same.
Sounds good.
But it can't be the same.
I'm
'Cause
sorry. You're right. I'm
Yeah,
getting
'cause-
flustered. I get it. I'm going
Yeah.
to save this and I'm going to let Tracy drive. So we're going to skip 4 states. Just come here. Will you make this one bigger?
This first home computer science has actually been in handy.
I know, right? You would think it would populate.
You would think
and you
so.
Put the formula in and drag it over.
Okay. We're gonna go back up to the top. So Texarkana Regional Airport did not change. It's still the 62,500 that you guys approved. As far as the track, they were asking for 15,000 and the average amount was 9250.
you want to round that to 10? Or, That's
Would y'all want to round that to 10?
Yeah, where are we?
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let's round that to 10.
all right,
On the Scholars of Texarkana, they requested 25,000. The average amount was $12,450.03.
13?
I think we said 15 earlier.
Yeah, but the numbers
The
have all
average went
changed.
down,
Oh,
so
okay.
13.
So, you want to
13's
keep this
fine.
last year?
The Ultimate Challenge Productions, they requested $35,000. The average amount was $9,833.33.
10K? Am I good with
10.
Main Street Texarkana requested $50,000. The average amount was $38,333.33.
Keep it at 40.
Yep. 40.
Texarkana Parks and Recreation did not change, so y'all are good with keeping it at 270.
that? Yes.
For the Texarkana Rec Center, that also did not change, so you're good at keeping it at 60,000.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
The Texarkana Chamber of Commerce did change. They requested $14,000. The average amount was $11,666.67.
Go 12.
12?
Yeah.
The Texarkana Chamber of Commerce Photographers Island was $1,000. The Cross Ties event, they requested $106,000. The average amount is $24,333.33.
I would say since we're funding that fully, 24,000 is not enough for them to do anything.
Which one are we at?
Cross Ties.
Jazz Fest.
I wasn't impressed with the presentation. They did not have names of artists. I just don't feel comfortable giving them more than that, but that's just my opinion.
I don't either.
What was the dollar
It
amount?
was 0?
What was it? What was the dollar amount?
They requested $106,000. The average amount is $24,333.
I think with their advertising
I would maybe.
forecast, I'm thinking maybe we just
How many
do
zeros did you have of
15?
the 6 people that were here?
Do what?
How many people put 0?
On what? On that one?
Yeah. You don't have to tell me who, just how many.
Let's do about 15. I think with the advertising
Yeah,
amount that they put on there, it was about that average. All the other costs was a little different.
There's a lot of.
Right.
2, well, 1. No, you're right, 2. 2 put 0 for cross ties.
I mean, I just don't think they're going to be able to do the festival for that. I mean, where are they
No,
going
they'd have to give a
find-
lot of sponsorships.
Well, you all keep in mind that we're, the heart of this is for advertising and promotion.
Yeah.
And the majority of their advertising promotion was somewhere around that dollar amount.
They
And
said 15 to 20,000.
Right.
Now,
Yeah,
we can help them out with the A&P, but
Right.
So do we want to do the 15 or 20?
Yes.
And then, I mean, if they don't do
Yeah.
the festival, then
Right, because the monies don't go out if they don't do
Yeah,
it, so
okay,
it's no
15.
harm.
15? I'm good
what do
with
y'all
15.
think?
I'm good with that.
Are you
We'll go with that.
Intense Lineberry Tesla, they requested $125,000. The average amount was $43,333.33.
I think we should do both 50 on both of those, but that's just me personally, because I know what they can do, and I know what they can bring to the downtown area.
I mean, that's coming up quite a bit from what we've been doing.
Yeah. That's just my
We've been
personal
rounding
opinion.
it up. I'd do 44 and 45. I mean, in
That's-
all honesty, I would support one of their shows to see how it went at a higher amount versus 2 at a smaller amount,
Yeah.
just because of our experience with, the block concert.
Yeah, the block concert, I had to call.
Well,
all
would
that
we
money.
consider giving the whole amount to one, or how do we do, what would we do
Well,
with
we
that?
can't pay for the whole thing. That's the thing, we're A&P.
Yeah.
Well, they're not asking for the, I mean, if we gave them,
Well, he said it would cost $125,000.
Well, I'm speaking to Holly Bush saying that if we just had one, you would give them more. How much more would you give them?
Well, I mean, I don't want to fund the whole event.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking how much would you give them? You made the statement if they were just having one, we could give them more. How much more would you
So-
give them?
I would give them A&P money.
My total, I'll tell you, my total amount was 10,000 for one event.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah. Mine was for advertising and marketing to help them.
Well, then let's just leave it where it is. I would imagine we could ask if you're, I was just going on your statement. You said if they did one, you
But
would
they
give
can-
them more. So
They
that's
can
what I was
partner
asking.
with the city too, can't they? Since it's Front Street.
They can ask. I mean, the city
Well, we
probably
don't-
would not charge them to use the
I
facility.
mean, we did that with Priscilla Block with,
We just handed Priscilla Block 30 grand
Right,
last
Yeah.
year.
right.
At the
It's-
last minute when it wasn't even
well, City
applied
Hall
for.
paid 30 grand and then we paid 30 grand.
Yeah, after we already had this meeting,
Yeah.
so, and it was a flop.
So what was the average? What was that average again for number 12?
$43,333.33.
43.
Say round it to 44.
I'm good with that.
All right,
I mean, that,
44 is good.
And then on the next, for the Tracy Lawrence, they requested 125,000, and the average amount is 45,000.
That's,
I
I
really
guess
do
we just
hope they
keep it
have
there.
it,
yeah.
though. You know, I
All right.
really do.
Well, let's just keep it there at the 45 then, if that's the average.
Okay? Texarkana Arts and Historic District, they're requesting 50,000. The average amount is $34,466.67.
35?
35.
Running WJ Therapeutic Center, they requested $13,246.50. The average amount was $10,997.33.
11?
Sounds good.
Texarkana Arkansas Baseball Association, they requested $264,802.59.
Let's say 250.
And the average,
What's the average?
$249,067.
All right.
You said 250?
250.
I think on the next one, we should give them the 15,000. I mean, they've been doing this for
I agree with that.
forever.
I agree.
What's the average?
The average for the
Just under
symphony
12.
is $11,916.67.
They bring Arkansas Hope
I say give them
a lot of
15.
money.
15.
15.
Congratulations, Andrew. You earned it.
The City Beautiful Commission has requested 20,000. The average amount was 17,500.
Let's go 18.
Leave it there.
I'm
Let's just go 18 even.
18.
Let's go 18 even. Yes, only 500.
17.5 is an even number, but 18 is good.
Okay, so we have 3 HotCon events. The first one was the tattoo convention. They requested $20,000. The average amount was $4,166.67.
I have to say, I don't know why we're funding these.
I don't want to give them any. I don't think, I mean, he didn't have any numbers.
There was the presentation, he couldn't give us numbers, he didn't have a good turnout this year. There wasn't any kind of expense budget.
Well, I will say this, he did have a budget. We just didn't see where it was. Now, I don't think his presentation was worthy, but in all actuality,
But how
he
much
had
this-
late turned in his budget. It was in the additional stuff, just for the record. He did have one of them in there.
Okay, well, I'll tell you, the average came in, what, you say 4,500?
Yes, sir.
And
41.
41? Yeah, that's moving up to at least 5.
Who would support
5,000.
Zero? Who would support Zero for that event?
No, I would think at least 5,000.
I agree with.
At least
Commissioner
5,000.
Ware.
Yeah.
5,000? Okay. Okay, for Comic Con, he requested $60,000. The average amount was $9,166.67.
Just keep it at 9.
5,000 for that one too.
Or we just keep it at the average at 9.
Okay, 9,000 even? Or 9,100, or round up to 9,200?
Anybody else have an opinion?
I would say if we're going to be fair, we do what we do, 92, if that's the average of the group, it should be rounded up to 92.
All right, 92 then.
Okay. On the Hype and Glory Wrestling, they requested 20,000. The average amount was 5,000 even.
Yep. I'm good with that.
Okay. The Big Dam Water Park requested 250,000. The average amount was $241,666.67.
No, they should get the full
No,
amount.
242.
I'd go the full.
Full.
Full?
I'm fine with that.
Go ahead.
Partnership for the Pathway requested $7,500. The average was $7,416.67.
Yeah, 75.
Okay. The air show, what is requesting $50,000. The average amount was $47,500.
So give them 50.
Full?
Full.
Can I come back and get the, or I'll just write them down for the airport? For states, my apologies. Because they originally, you guys missed it off the 50.
Oh, you want us to write? Okay.
Okay. As far as Commissioner Henry, do you want to leave his amount the same?
Please.
Okay. So it looks like the average amount is $45,833.33.
I think they deserve full
I'd give them the full amount.
because of all the tourism they bring in.
You say that average was 43?
$45,833.33.
I would say 46, but that's all on that one.
It was, we rounded up. Yeah, I'm good with 46 if we want to round it up.
Okay. It is my understanding that I now need to enter these amounts into the budget and have you guys approve a proposed budget before we leave.
Okay?
Yes? Just give me 1
Did
minute.
we normally do that? I don't recall. I don't think we normally do that.
I think we have to
We-
approve something.
Yeah, we have to approve the amount that we're,
Allocated.
yeah, we're allocating.
Which
For the
is
budget.
our proposed
We're
budget.
not worried about doing the budget today?
We do the budget, I think
December?
in December.
Okay.
Yeah,
We don't have another meeting till January unless we
Yeah.
call a meeting.
yeah, we'll probably have to do a call meeting.
I just wanted to make sure because last year, in the minutes, it said that Tyronda had talked about amending the budget, which we don't have to do amending the budgets. allocating the 1.1 to the budget presented.
I think it would be more appropriate if we do the proposed budget instead of scheduling another meeting for December.
What did it
Because
come
that's
out
kind
to?
of par for the course for what we've done.
Oh, I thought we met every 3 months anyway. We not?
Yeah, we're meeting, we're meeting in January.
The total, yeah, she's got the total in there as $1,289,000. $1,289,200.
What is that, 2,138,000?
Is that our fund balance after?
What?
Is that our fund balance? Let's get turf and field.
Based on the issue we had earlier, I copied and pasted this spreadsheet from last year's. So I'm not sure what that number is, but I'm going to assume that it might not be accurate based on the changes we made.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve a proposed budget based on the allocated amounts from the meeting today.
A second.
Is that sufficient?
All right, it's been motion and second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Vandegraff?
Here.
Wright? Yes. Burr?
Yes.
Mills? Yes. Hollybush?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. If there's no other unreadiness,
Motion to adjourn.
is there a motion for adjournment?
I make a motion to
Motion to
adjourn.
adjourn.
Yeah.
Second.
Yes, please do.
All right, it's been motion and second, meeting adjourned.